We're getting ready, guys, for the final part of the evening. Of course, our last speakers and dinner. It is going to be amazing. 2 more speakers today here at the John Birch Society Leadership Conference. I'm going to flip this around, let you guys see this crazy hallway. We are waiting for the doors to open to the room so that we can go in and hear our final speakers of the evening. But I just want you guys to see how incredibly crowded this room is right now. And we're just gonna go walk about now that I have you guys on the gimbal. Look at you with all your stuff, right? So we're gonna walk. Now, where is 13? Do you know on which side of the room?
I don't think they want anybody inside.
Yeah, I know. Well, I have my tripods. That's why, so I can kind of make sure I get everything set up. And then. Sorry.
It's fun to have fun. Take about 30 seconds. I should charge you twice as much.
I've already paid like 4 times for it. Neither. That's the baseball bat.
This is a great story. Yeah. It's a great story behind it.
$30.
Huh?
Oh yeah, I wanted a picture. I never realized
I just wanted to say hi. It's been a while, you know. And earlier when I walked out, he was so happy. I was like, where did we walk in? Oh, that's okay. I'm not offended, I promise.
That's the only thing I can say.
there we go again. My January 6th.
Cash? Do you need cash?
Yes, cash.
Okay.
Let's see.
I listened to him on Alex dinner time.
No, I don't know. So I got a hold of him today.
Let me go this side. So you guys can.
We're going to buy 1 hour. Put the date on. We only have a
my goodness, you got a buddy, huh?
Susan, right?
Yeah, Susan, yes. Yes, if you don't mind.
All right, ready? One. Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Nice to meet you again.
Oh, yeah.
The graduation.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Keep up the good fight for us.
I just wanted to say hi.
Hi.
Soup Mama, we met before,
Yeah.
like Batavia and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Under the tent.
Yeah, yes, under the tent. That's right. I just wanted to say hi. It's so wonderful to see you again. Because it's been a while.
I know. That's been
A couple.
a year.
Yeah.
A year and a half.
Yeah, well, it's been a little bit. I just wanted to let you know, I'm still doing the live streaming thing, so I'll be streaming your speech tonight.
Good.
And I know you have my information already somewhere. If you want to use any of the content photos, anything, please do. And you can always reach out to us,
Sure,
me or Randy or Kim or
Stay in
any of them.
touch with Melissa. Get a card for me.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you guys another one of mine just in case. But yeah, I just wanted to say hi because it's been so long But let me do that.
We'll put two recorded sessions. Oh yeah. And Joy Williams.
I guess so. I'm just not sure how. You guys, I was gonna say, I know you guys have one somewhere. It's not on the same. Okay, that's fine. But as always, you guys are more than welcome. Yeah, because like I said, the Reawaken in Batavia, the Reawaken in Lancaster, a bunch of different things.
Okay, absolutely.
It's awesome to see you guys again. Yes, and I'm glad you made it safely. And of course, I will be keeping you in my prayers for safe travels home as well. But I just wanted to quick say hi and not take up too much time. So guys, the man of the hour there. Look, there he is signing the bat that's going to be raffled off later, which is going to be amazing for somebody to take home. That's going to be an exciting, exciting gift. Oh, absolutely. Listen, this is great. And more people should come out and have fun. So, this is a great community. I love General Flynn. Of course, seen him a bunch of times. A lot of the speakers I've seen. But I've made so many other amazing connections with just people that I've met at the tables and randomly walking around.
Thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be here. This is just wonderful. Oh, look at that. That is a cool photo right there. I'm like, I can't take photos and do it all. I need them with like another set of hands. Oh my gosh. It's great.
Going to work, right?
Yep, I love it. I think it's awesome. Actually, I really want to get the better camera phone out now. Wherever it is in here, somewhere. There it is. I need less phones. Less phones and more hands.
So I'm physically.
Trevor,
Trying to write up the truck here. Electronic.
I said, yeah, and I am.
That's going to be an amazing gift for someone. They're going to love it.
This is called my mower bag. For a former.
The flaming arrows coming out of it.
This is for the FBI.
Ooh. I like that.
Okay. Where's it ready? You ready?
Oh my gosh, those are going to be great photos later. Oh, are we allowed in now? Okay, beautiful. Well, I know I have to stop over here, so. Actually, so what table did she say it was? Or you said it was 13.
You professional photographer?
What?
You professional
I am live streaming the event right now, yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, absolutely, so we can all enjoy it again later.
How do I find the live stream?
So it is, hang on a second.
Yeah, what's it called?
There we go, okay.
Have a card or anything?
Yeah, I can give you one of these. This has all of our social media on the inside here, so if you open it up, it tells you, but you can find us, if you type us into Google, you can find any of our platforms, or this is streaming right now.
What do I type in the Zoom?
So you can type SoupMamaOfficial.
Okay, then okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. What is your name?
My name is Soup Mama.
Soup Mama. Okay,
Nice-
thank you, Soup.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Soup Mama.
Right, awesome. I need to hang on to this business card. I do not want to lose this one. I think he said it was you said table 13, right?
Yeah, we're table 13.
Okay, so where is 13 in this room? Is it over in that corner? Okay. All right. Okay. We're gonna just. I'm gonna.
So you got like your own thing.
So this is live streaming right now. I'm gonna run a second phone in a little bit. So I'm probably gonna have to get up a couple of times and just check cameras.
Oh, so they're doing their own camera.
They're recording. Yeah, so they're recording, I'm live streaming. Yeah, so it's a little bit different. Like for them, with their camera, they're going to edit their footage, all those things, make sure all the audio's tip-top. Whereas mine is more in the moment, and you get random conversations as people walk by or whatever. But it's always a great time. So I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to do this and make sure everything stays together. The food is going to be out here again, where they have like the buffet. I think, unless they're serving there, I'm not sure. All right, guys, we're going to try and work on getting you all hooked back up here so that we are ready for our next set of amazing speakers. That was not what I wanted to do, and I don't know how I did this earlier now and had it stay. Son of a gun. All right, friends, you there. I really got to make sure this works if I'm halfway across the room. Okay, bear with me, guys. Bear with me. We're gonna try to make this work here. Not quite sure how yet, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. I had this earlier, so I don't know why we wouldn't be able to do it again. Not balanced. Just I don't know if it's gonna hold if somebody bumps it. I hope nobody bumps it. We're gonna see. All right, so let's plug you guys back in, and then we're gonna plug in this. Okay, plugging. Check. Okay, next phone. Let's set this one right here. Oops, that obviously did not work. Friends, that did not work. So we've got to figure out. Oh no, this is gonna be tricky, I think, but we'll figure it out. I'm gonna do it. That side's plugging in. This. Oh, goodness. All right, fix you guys. Whoop. There we go. Sorry, guys. Again. Trying to see if I can get you guys to stay here. Okay, so this technically gets plugged into this over here. Oh, good thing I'm charging that one. Holy mackerel. Okay. Alrighty. Beautiful. Alright. So we're gonna do something like this. Oops, no, smidge. Okay. Over like this. Maybe, so we can that's gonna be too far. Okay, guys, just working on trying to get you set up a little bit here so that we're not, because we're only a couple minutes away, I believe, from starting the next part of our program. Again, just trying to, just trying to get you guys set up here. All right, I didn't even pull up comments yet. Holy goodness. Let's see. This one, and pulling up the chat. Okay. So, I'm going to start the TikTok as well. Alright, so we're going to hit go live on the TikTok. Beautiful. Alright, so they're live. We're live. And hopefully comments are running. Guys, I'm going to go try and find my seat, and I will be right back to check on you.
everyone to take a seat. If you've been assigned a seat, you haven't been assigned a seat, if you can find a seat.
Okay, everybody, can you try and find a seat? Your seats are assigned or not assigned, because we had rushed tickets towards the end. Not everybody has an assigned seat. We're going to have Marty Olson say the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to have Phil Jasper do a prayer. And then after that, we're going to have the national anthem. Carol Sexton is going to sing the national anthem. She has sung the national anthem at events very much larger than this. So she has a beautiful voice. Bring her on up.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord God of all, Lord God Almighty, we thank Thee for all the blessings which You have showered upon us throughout our whole lives and for this day. We thank you for all of the freedoms which we have here in this country, freedoms which are so fragile and which are now so deadly threatened. We thank thee for all of those who are standing for truth and righteousness and justice. We ask your blessing upon all of us here, upon our families, upon our nation, upon all our elected officials. We ask that you give us knowledge and wisdom and guidance and courage and lead us in thy will. And we ask that you bless all that we are about to receive now through your bounteous grace. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
May please remain standing. We will now say our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be a little more orderly than we were at lunchtime. So again, we're going to start on the ends. The first 3 tables on the ends will go out. When the first table's back, the next succeeding table will go. And that's how we're going to do this again. So do not rush the line, please. As you can tell by my voice, I'm used to riding a herd on a bunch of teenagers. I have no problem riding around you. So thank you. Enjoy your meal.
we can always come back.
John Birch Society? Are you with the John Birch Society?
He was telling me just.
Chinese,
Okay, guys, now I do know we are getting ready to start very, very soon. We're going to have General Flynn as our next speaker. So, guys, I know we've been waiting a little bit, but he is going to be speaking very, very shortly. Very excited for our next speaker. And again, after General Flynn, we're going to have Catherine Austin Fitz. She's going to be the next speaker of she's going to be the last speaker of the evening, guys. So again, the speakers will be starting up very, very shortly. Hope you all enjoyed dinner with us. Okay, that battery's full. That one's still holding. That one's still going. What is my battery thing? Oh no. Okay, I got to change out batteries. Okay. So, let's do this. Oh, yes. This one has the thingy to hang off the hook. Yay, hook. Some of you who know the story behind the hook. Some of you won't. That's all. Just reconnected new battery packs for you, so hopefully we won't lose any streams. Again, we are holding on. General Flynn is going to be our next speaker, everybody. General Flynn. So make sure, if you haven't already, share this out to everybody. We do have our last two keynote speakers. It's going to be General Flynn first, and then Catherine Austin Fitz as our second speaker and last speaker of the evening. Maybe not the last. I do believe we're going to hear from someone from the John Birch Society as the very last speaker of the evening. But our last two keynote speakers, again, General Flynn, Catherine Austin Fitz, coming right up, guys. And again, just made sure you guys all have fresh juice on the batteries. So this is going to be very, very exciting. Let's get TikTok straightened out, and we're good there. Okay. Very cool.
take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have your attention? Welcome all. Great dinner, great crowd. It's great to be here. Should we have another one of these next year? Maybe 2 of them? Yeah, so I had to come all the way from the West Coast, so we got to have one on the West and one on the East. You guys come West, and I'll come East. Sound like a plan? Amen. So we are very, very honored tonight to have an extraordinary patriot, an extraordinary American, an extraordinary fighter for the cause of freedom. Everyone in here knows General Michael Flynn. We know that we are in a war. We're in a war for the survival of this nation, for the survival of freedom for our children, our grandchildren, for everything we hold sacred. And there is a man in here who has put it all on the line. We watched as he was being persecuted, as all the weight of the federal government was being brought against him unjustly to strip him of his home, of his freedom. They wanted to put him in jail. They wanted to put him away. But he refused to go quietly. He fought. And thanks be to God, General Michael Flynn is here with us tonight. So welcome him up here, folks. Thank you very much.
Computer, is that okay, or does it need to stay open? Where's Lisa? Oh yeah. I have total control of the stage right now. So, is it okay if I close it, or will it shut the things off? Or I don't have to. I'm going to be like a little bit of an auctioneer up here for a second, and I don't know if the John Birch Society leadership knows what I'm going to do, but I think they do. I think they do. And so, huh? No, that's okay. Actually, are you Tim? Okay, I want Tim to come up. Where's Tim? Yeah, Tim, come on up. Come on up. We're gonna do something here, because how many of you? No, that's all right. Don't worry about it. Oh, you do? What's the video? We're going to have a little fun.
The American spirit is alive and well, and I will tell you, if there's one thing that gives me hope in this country, is the way people are coming together, and people from all over the country that have come here to help. It's not going to be solved by the government. The government's not going to solve our problems. It's going to be solved by the American people.
America First, Making America Great Again, is about the patriotic spirit. It's not just reforming some of the institutions, it's changing the culture back to patriotism, back to love of America.
There's been too much sacrifice in this country for its 250 years of existence. So we will never, never quit.
This is truly a good versus evil moment in the history of the United States of America.
He was fighting for his country over in Iraq. He won't take the credit. He single-handedly turned that war around.
How do we fight for peace instead of starting wars and fighting endless wars?
That is the most important topic on earth. Peace.
A soldier doesn't fight and is willing to die because they hate their enemy. A soldier fights out of love.
For reasons we still don't fully understand, Michael Flynn deeply offended permanent Washington somehow, so they decided to destroy him.
The deep state carried me 6 feet under, wanted me to die. The American people saved me, and they saved my family.
Remember what they did to this man. He might not have been standing up here tonight if they would have got away with it. And it was because of people like you that supported General Flynn and his family that he's standing here tonight. Honored to be producing.
In the long arc of history, good always triumphs over evil, and we will continue to triumph over the evil that we are facing right now.
That we accomplish the things we do, what we say, and how we want to be.
General Michael Flynn. Let me tell you, this guy is the real deal. He's a real general.
Let's hear for General Flynn!
It's a wonderful video. Where did Lisa go? Okay, because I'm gonna. Where are you at? Where'd you go? Get up here. God, that's a great video. Thank you guys for whoever put that together. So, okay, what I'd like to do before I kind of get rolling here, because I say this a lot, but I always speak as though I never want to be invited back. So, come on up here. So, what I want to do is I want people that are not. If you're not a member of the John Birch Society, if you're not a member, I want you to stand up. Please stand up. And it's okay, don't worry, we're not going to attack you, we're not going to pooch out. Okay? I want you to stand up. So, now all of you, come on, that's okay, that's okay. It's like asking people to raise their hand, they do this, right? So if you're not a member, and stay standing, just for a second. I'm going to give you a deal of a lifetime, and I didn't ask the board of directors or whatever. I gave a little whisper here. But, so, this is where you two guys come in, because you're going to have to go corral these people if they're willing. Right? So, yeah, it's a challenge because and part of what I'm going to probably say is I'm going to talk about getting involved and doing something. If you don't do something, then don't come around me. Okay? So, you know, if you join the John Birch side, I'm going to give you a really good deal here tonight, okay? And I'm going to add to it a little bit. But if you, if you really feel like, what do I do, right? This is a great organization to be part of, right? Lisa's been like following me around and fill this thing out, so she's great. Now, there's little things, you get, I brought a couple of props up here because you get different things. You get a monthly magazine, I think, right? Which is a great magazine, by the way. It's great. I get it, and it's wonderful. And you become part of an organization that is fighting tooth and nail for this country and has been. I reminded the people that were in the board this morning about John Birch himself, right? John Birch was asked by General Chenault to come back into China. And John Birch, for those that don't know, maybe members don't know, but John Birch was actually was in China because he could speak Chinese, and he was a missionary, but he was a military intelligence officer like I am, right? And he went back into China, and he was doing a mission on behalf of our country at the time, trying to get, Mao Zedong and Chiang Kai-shek and trying to figure out what was going on in China. And because of that, he sacrificed his life. He actually was. The guy that was with him was shot in the leg and then shot and killed. He died. It was like an assistant, an aide that he had with him. And then they shot John Birch in the leg. And then they bound his
his ankles and then bound his hands and then put him on his knees and they shot him in the back of the head and then they bayoneted him, right? Then they bayoneted him. This is John Birch, right? And so the metaphor, to take this one step further is there is a person, I'm getting chills even thinking about that event for that man who stood there and sacrificed everything for our country, right? Gave up his entire life. And it's that very emotional for me because I've seen this. And it's like, now here we are, right? And I'm telling that story. And that happened back at the tail end of World War II, right? And the John Birch Society, the John Birch organization has ebbed and flowed. And I've studied it a little bit. And you're today you had a great meeting that I was able to be honored to sit through. And you're talking about changing and transforming and trying to figure out what it is that's going on. Because people, we have a problem in this country. So, here's the General Flynn special. Okay, for all of you standing. Okay? Now, the normal annual membership, the normal annual membership is $99 for a couple. And you do get a lot. In fact, in this blue book, which I think is in front of every single seat, there's a John Birch Society membership application, right, Lisa? Right? Okay, she's like, oh my God, don't get on her bad side. Tim's a really good guy, and he's very nice all the time. Lisa, whoa, yeah. So anyway, but in front of you, in this blue book, inside of it is a membership form. And so it's $99 for a couple, $87 for an individual. And so tonight, because you're here, I was thinking about it, earlier today. So it's like, take advantage of being here. And so what the offer is half price basically. So my special is $49 per couple. Okay? So if you're here, and your spouse is not here with you, join as a couple, right? And just don't tell your spouse. Right? If you're here as an individual or you only want to join as an individual, it's $39. So $49 so it's half price. So basically, so it's $49 for a couple, $39 for an individual. And these two are going to they'll be back there planted somewhere. And what I would say is lock all those doors and only have them locked. Right? So that's what, right. So Tim and Lisa, so $49 for a couple, $39 for an individual. Now, here's the deal that I didn't talk about, or maybe I whispered it to you. If you get, okay, so I'm going to do this because if you guys, we got to get people involved, right? So I'm going to add a little bit here. So if you join tonight, right, you'll get that membership at that price. If you can come back and get 5 more members. 5 more members. Okay? I know this is a for-profit organization and you need to be because otherwise the government would be where. And that's okay. It's okay because I'm involved in non-profits and for-profits and it's terrible the way our government is even today. But if you join tonight, and then you can bring in 5 more people in the next 30 days. So you guys have got to figure this out. You can bring in 5 more. You got to bring in 5 more. You get a 5-year membership. Now the John Birch Society board is like, oh God. But when you look around, I can tell you the return. It's like God, right? It's like manna. It's like the bread and the fish, right? I know it will return. To the John Birch Society in loaves, right? Loaves and fishes. So that's the deal. Half price, $49 per couple, $39 for individual. And if you get 5 new members in the next 30 days, which I know you can, it's a 5-year membership for just you in that category. Okay? So you got it there, okay? You got all kinds of stuff. So you guys go forth and do good, right? All right. Thank you for that video. Okay. Okay, not yet.
Right, and you watch, keep my time at all. Okay? I'll try to watch it. Okay. I really try to watch my time. Wow. So, I believe we are, when we talk about warfare, right? We talk about warfare. I actually have a master's degree in warfare. Literally a master's degree, because I studied it for a year, right, as part of my training. And it's called a Master's of Military Arts and Sciences. And you study warfare throughout the history of the world, and you study the history of the world, and you study all these different things. And then I also have a set of life experiences in war. From the time I was a young officer, fighting Cubans at the time in the Caribbean, and then the Sandinistas in Central America, and then then later on, all the other things that we got involved in, right? Certainly in the Middle East and over in Central Asia. And I've served on 6 continents, so I have a set of life experiences. And so not only sort of from an intellectual standpoint of studying that, right? Studying that kind of an activity, right? War, but also experiencing it. So part of my life part of my military career, I spent 5 years in direct combat operations overseas in multiple theaters of war. So I've had, it's an honor, it's a privilege to serve our country and have served our country. And, of course, most people, and I usually go through kind of a little bit of a gimmick thing with, how many of you, like I did at your place there yesterday, Bob. I always go, how many of you were, and don't do this, but by raising hands, how many of you were sad when they sent me to prison, right? And like 90% of the people in the room raise their hand, right? But I always tell people, put your hands down. I never went. I didn't go, right? Most people, if you don't, and this is what's happening in our country, and because one of the things I'm going to talk about, I am going to bring up with you tonight, is I'm going to bring up with you the First Amendment. Okay, the First Amendment, and I'm going to talk about the First Amendment and how we got there. Okay, how we got there. Because it's really important, because most people in this room, if you looked it up and you Googled it, you would not know. Everybody thinks it's all about speech. It's more than that, much more than that. So, propaganda, misinformation, disinformation, malinformation are all definable terms, right? I wrote one of the books I've co-wrote is Fifth Generation Warfare, right? And that's a series. That's actually a series of books that myself and another retired sergeant who was blown up badly in Iraq spent 2 years in Walter Reed Hospital recovering, and then tried to kill himself a couple of times. Has fully recovered, and now he runs an organization called Spartan 300 because he's got into, we were all talking about all this health stuff with Nutramax, and he got into like a different way of existing, right? And he was able to recover himself, and because of what he found out about recovering himself, he now has an organization called Spartan 300, and we take the Spartan Pledge because we try to, those that are thinking about killing themselves, who have served, we try to reduce that number. Because, for those that have paid very close attention, we say, it's 22 a day. It's actually more like 40. It's more like 40. Okay? Because they don't categorize somebody who decided to go out and get in their car and literally go drive off of a cliff or go head on 100 miles an hour into a tree, because that's how they want to kill themselves. They don't want to jump off a bridge or something like that. And I know it's like, oh man, this is really tough stuff. But this is reality. This is the reality of our lives. This is the reality of our country. And when I talk about the malinformation, misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, we have been so propagandized by our government, frankly, our government, and it hasn't happened just because Donald J. Trump decided to run for president. I mean, go back to the beginnings of this organization, this great organization, right? And they persecuted the people that were running this organization at the beginning, right? To the point of, I think even some of them, they were trying to indict some of them, you know? And you look at all these various commissions, right? I mean, we now know from the release of the files of John F. Kennedy, a sitting president of the United States, that our government was directly involved in the murder of a sitting president of the United States of America, right? A Democrat, right? And I grew up as a kid in an Army family, and we were JFK Democrats, right? From up in the New England area, the southeastern New England. Grew up in the state of Rhode Island, and you know, it's fascinating because, like I told a group recently, and I usually tell folks this, that while I served in the military, I never voted for president of the United States. I actually would only vote if I knew somebody in a local race where I was a resident of. You know, if a friend was running for town council or something like that, or a relative. I had relatives that ran for various offices. I'd go and do the absentee ballot thing because I was usually deployed somewhere or somewhere in the military. So you do an absentee ballot, which I do believe in still. But I never voted for president of the United States because as a commissioned officer, I never wanted to think, from my own perspective, I never wanted to think that, well, I didn't vote for that SOB, so, I don't like them, right? Like if you talk about the various presidents I certainly worked for, which goes back to Jimmy Carter, okay? So, who sidebar, was an executive officer for my uncle on submarines. And my uncle said, great guy, he's buried over at Annapolis now. He said he was the worst officer he ever worked at. He ever had. Jimmy Carter, right? Nuclear engineer, right? And anyway, I had to say that. I don't know why. Jimmy Carter. But I never voted for a president of the United States because I felt like, as an officer, I took an oath. And I didn't want to sit there and go, well, I don't like that guy. And we can't do that. You can't do that. So that's me. I think that there's a lot of people in the military that would disagree with me, and maybe some of you do, but that's me. I felt that strongly about my service to this country and what the Constitution and the oath of office that I took. So everything that's happening to us, and when you think about the founding of this organization and the people that were persecuted because of standing up for something that they honestly believed in. And it's like I've always said, and I said this and I knew this as I went through my own persecution, my own sort of combat, not against a foreign enemy that was trying to kill me, and in some cases did try to kill you, but I came back, and the worst fight I was going to face was against my own government, and you kind of go, wow, what's going on here? And even I was a bit naive, I think. I really kind of was like, are we this bad? Are we this bad? And so here we are, almost 10 years later. It was when I first met President Trump. It was in the summer of 2015. It was about 2 weeks after he came down the old escalator. I got a call from his campaign manager at the time. There was only about 4 people that worked for him. He called, they called me up, and I went down and I spoke with them. And we talked about, it was supposed to be a 30-minute meeting, and ended up being about 2.5 hours. And we talked about the world. We talked about the world as it was at that time, and from my perspective, how I thought it was going to be. And it's actually gotten a lot worse than at that moment in time. So that was 2015. And for those that are really paying attention, in terms of foreign policy in Eastern Europe, because we always say that was Biden's war, or Biden created it. Actually, the Russians attacked Ukraine in February 28, 2014, a couple of days after the completion of the Sochi Olympics. I remember that because I was working that day. That was my son's birthday, my oldest son's birthday. And it was a big deal. It was like we were watching for about a month, because you don't just attack a country. We're watching for about a month this buildup, this massive buildup of the Western Military District of the Russian forces at the time. And I'm like, these guys are going to attack, right? They're going to cross that border, because we knew why. And because we, the United States of America, started the problems in Ukraine. So whatever you want to think about the Ukrainian war, for those that remember, the Maidan Revolution, right, and the overthrow of the Ukrainian government, that's us. Okay? That's us. So we have this problem that's been going on for a long time. And so an organization like this, again, you have got to decide. Every single American has got to decide what is it that you are going to do as a citizen of this country. What are the responsibilities that you feel compelled to give back? Okay? That's why I told you about John Birch. Think about a man shot in the leg, and then they bound his feet, and then they bound his hands. And then they forced him to his knees, and then put a bullet in the back of his head, and then bayoneted him. I mean, talk about inhumane or savagery, but that's not nearly the savagery that we will face if we allow these other isms to continue to enter the DNA of America. Never mind what you see going on, overseas, right? I mean, Poland. Did you see Poland today? Today. Great. I love it. I love it. They're like over 1 million people, right? London. My buddy's over there. He sent me a note earlier today because he gave a speech with Tommy Robinson, and then he told me, he goes, they think that there's at least 3 million people that showed up, right? Yeah. And one of the things he told me, because if you've ever been over there, is Trafalgar Square. If you've ever been over there, they actually, the authorities shut the bridges down because they didn't want it to be seen. They didn't want the size, right? They were like, there's a report in one of those stupid, BBC or something, and it says 100,000 people showed up. I mean, 100,000 people standing in the square. So maybe you've seen some of the pictures that they have been showing. If you didn't follow real closely, Nepal, right? Nepal overthrew their government the other day, and their government was communist. Okay, Nepal is a border country between China and India. And you kind of go, Nepal, why are we talking about Nepal? Because what is happening globally, it will happen in this country. We have to figure out a way to do it, sort of under our protocols, under our law, under our Constitution, if we can, right? If we can actually achieve that. Because I'm not going to stand up here today and tell you what God's plan is for the United States of America. But I can tell you that He chose Israel. He chose Israel to make His stand. We, the United States of America, chose God. And we chose God because centuries, actually, of persecution. Right? And all these things that happened, and we come to this country, we created these colonies, we call them, right? If you ever studied any of the real deep history books and some of the people some of the archaeologists, things I like to read, the findings of what they found in these little villages, and these are little tiny places. Some of these places were no bigger than like maybe this stage and a little bit bigger of where like an entire ship came in, and then diseases and everything else. Colonies for well over 100 years. I mean, certainly back into the early 1600s, even when you think about back into the late 1500s. So we didn't create this country on a 3-day weekend, right? We created it by a lot of sacrifice. John Birch was another example of sacrifice, and he didn't know that this was going to be created. I can't imagine I'm going to do this because the John Birch Society is going to be created. No. He did it because he loved his country. And he knew what his duty was. He knew what his duty was. Not only growing up as a missionary kid, or the son of a missionary, but also, and something that he really didn't want to do was be in the military, I don't think, but he did because he had a gift. Right? And so, here we are. And here's what I'm talking about. And I'm talking about the kinds of things that happen that we tend to take for granted in this country. We tend to take a lot for granted in this country. We really, really do. I mean, we really do. And I won't go into all the things that are happening currently from an international standpoint. I mentioned Ukraine as an example. It's a mess. It's a losing war, right? I mean, it's a total loser. And we are being drawn into it by a force that is dark, evil, and globalist. Okay? Never mind the Middle East. Never mind what's happening to our southern, not our southern border in Mexico. I'm talking about, like places like Venezuela, where we have an armada of U.S. naval vessels, combat vessels, right, postured to do something, and we'll see what happens. I'm hoping that a guy like a Maduro decides that he's not going to have, a 2,000-pound bomb laced to his head, and he decides, I'm going to, let me get out of here, let me take my family, I'll take my hundreds of millions of dollars that we know he has secured, and take it somewhere like Assad did, right? We tend to forget about Assad, who was in Syria, right? Syria's gone, and now it's run by radical Muslim, right? I mean, it's not some guy because he puts a suit on and a tie, right? It's not that. It's actually changed. And, and whatever you want to think about Israel and what's happening with Israel, it doesn't matter. That's the reality. It's happening. Okay? And I've been to Israel many, many times. I have served with them, have been in meetings with the head of Mossad, right? The head of the IDF, the head of their military intelligence, many times. And so I know the inner workings and all those kinds of things. But that's not what is going to win the day here in the United States of America. So back to our founders and back to information, because one of the things that I'm certain that you're going to get out of an organization like this is the Constitution, right? It's a very pro-Constitution. Now, I will tell you, I'm not a person, I don't like the word colleague. And I'll tell you why. Because every time I watch some hearing, right, that's of interest to me, and a lot of them are, I'll see the GOP side, right? They'll go, my colleagues over on the other side of the aisle. They're not your colleagues. They're your enemies. They hate you. They hate this country. They hate our Constitution. They so want to change our Constitution, right? They want to actually eliminate it in some cases. Totally eliminate it. Right? So I don't like that word colleagues. When they go, oh, my colleagues. If you're saying something like that, you're a politician. Okay? And you're not somebody who is a leader. Because what we have, that's why Donald Trump is in the White House again. As imperfect as that man is. And he is. He's not perfect. He has faults like anybody in this room. And he doesn't totally, understand everything that's going on. But he's there, and he's trying. And I do know that he loves his country. Loves his country. Is he doing all the right things? Absolutely not. Do I agree with him on everything? Absolutely not. Do we fight and try to get people to coordinate and understand what's happening? Yeah. But not with the other side. The other side wants you dead. Seriously. Okay? The targeting and the murder of Charlie Kirk. It's like, I hate to say this, it's like, we know these things are going to happen. For those that follow Charlie, lately, in the last few months, he's actually talked about it, right? But there's going to be others. There's going to be others, and I guarantee it's like me, right? I mean, why? Because there are people out there that will kill you if they decide, if they feel like you're a threat to them. Right? So now you, John Birch Society, you are a threat. Some of the things that I heard in the meeting this morning, which I'll share a little bit, and apologize if I'm not allowed to share everything, and I won't, give you the inner workings, because I think that it's really well organized and well led. But we need organizations in this country, and then we need people who are leaders. who are willing to stick their necks out. Okay? Thomas Paine, right? Read Common Sense. Read it. Thomas Paine, right? Summer Soldiers. Talked about summer soldiers. Thomas Paine today, and in fact, even some of the flags, right? Sons of Liberty. Thomas Paine would be according to our FBI, would be a domestic terrorist. George Washington, because he knew that we were on the brink. He was on the brink of losing, the morale of the force, right? Of his army at the time, right? So he directed that everybody read that document, right? To everybody serving in the armed forces at the time, right? And fascinating, because when he read it, it was like a call to arms. It was like to say, and remember, there was no United States of America. There's no Constitution. There's no rule of law. At that time, it was like whatever we felt, like, people just knew that something was not right. Just like the United States of America and the citizens of this country feel tonight. People are frightened in this country, and that is unacceptable. People are without hope because they're looking and they're saying, what's happening? What's going on? And is this government that we have, this administration that we have, are they doing the right things? And are they moving at a speed that we, the people, want? I don't know. I don't know yet. I can tell you that I don't, like I always say, my big weakness that I recognize in myself is I get anxious. Right? And as a general officer and leading large formations, right? If everybody knew, man, Flynn's anxious. He's like having an anxiety attack, right? And it's like, oh my God. So let's move, right? Speed of war, right? We are at war now. Blanket, umbrella, so the umbrella is a spiritual war, no doubt. No doubt, 100%. We are in a spiritual war of good versus evil. Okay? We are in a place where we have a godless, just not part of their equation versus those of us who are God-centered or Christ-centered, but we're weak. Okay? This is a pulpit. We have pastors, priests, ministers, right? And they're afraid. They're afraid. Let's just face it, right? How many churches closed? In fact, they were directed to close. But keep the bar open, keep the liquor store open, keep the Walmart open, all the stuff that we now know, right? And we now know the falseness of what we were told then. It was a total lie. Okay? But churches closed. Why? Because they were afraid they were going to lose their little nonprofit. They were worried about the money more than they were worried about their purpose in life. So their purpose in life needs to be re-examined for many of them. And I've said that to many. Okay? But it's not just the person that's standing at the pulpit. It's the people in the pews. It's the congregation, the ecclesia, right, that they call it. We have a responsibility. Now, can everybody be part of the John Birch Society? I don't know. But it's like, do something. So that's why I went through the little drill about, give me a really good deal. Now, you guys are probably figuring it out math-wise. You're going, oh my God, he just screwed us. We're going to be... No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine because you have worked hard at being a good, God-fearing organization, well-led. So put that aside. Where is our country heading? Where are we heading? It's like, I always talk about my grandchildren because I look at my grandchildren, but I always reflect on what my mother and what my father taught me and my 9 brothers and sisters. Okay? And our whole family existence is military. So we came to this country and joined the military. My grandfathers, right? Both of them served in World War I. And then from that point on, we just served in the military. Our whole lives was military. Many of my brothers and sisters served in the military. My son is still serving overseas right now. Just had a brother that just retired just recently. Another brother that retired after the Vietnam era. You know, my father served in World War II and Korea. Along with my grandfather, who served in, one of them served in World War I and World War II. Service. And somebody came up to me earlier tonight and said, you know, and I don't know where the gentleman is. He's like, right here. I'm talking about with your grandfather serving in World War II and the fact that he was one of the first people going into Dachau, and then some of the things you've discovered, you know, and some ideas about how to celebrate his life and what his service was, right? People come up to me all the time and they always say, thank you for your service. And I'm humbled by that. But I always try to turn the conversation around and say, you know, thank you. How are you serving? What is it that you are doing? Right? What is it that you have decided to do? And I don't care about your age. Okay? Because my generation is the let's just say from 60 on up. Okay? Because then you have like the babies to 30, and then you have 31 to 59 or whatever, right? I mean, those are 3 generations, right? Me, my sons, my grandchildren. There's 3 generations. Some of you have 4 generations that you can, because you got great grandkids. Maybe even somebody's got great grandkids, right? So, service. And we have become, and maybe I should read you what I wrote earlier today, because it's gotten like, it's probably gotten about 25 million views as of today, and I put it out this morning. You know, and it has to do with where we are as a country and what we got to be careful of. But I will. But my point is about service. Service. We have got to figure out, because we've become very complacent. So why are we where we are? Okay? I know there's some politicians in here, and that's fine. You know, we did not ask. This country did not design itself to have a political class of people who serve forever in Washington, D.C. And how many conversations have you been in where you've talked about these bums serving in politics, whether it's at the state capitol or it's at the federal capitol, and you look at all the money that they're making because they cut a rule for themselves where they can actually do insider trading, right? And somebody like a AOC or an Ilhan Omar or other Republicans, okay, who go there after serving as a local rep or a prosecutor, you know, at a low level, and then they get into politics. The next thing you know, their bank account is like worth $30 million. And you're kind of going, well, this is not service to country. This is service to self. Okay, this is not selfless service. This is selfish service. And that's our problem, is that. Okay, so as I look at people and I look at that and I kind of gauge the audience here, it's small enough to say, for me to look at the different tables and kind of get a perspective of the age category that I'm talking to. Okay, because, you know, if you're a young person here, like, where's Marlon? All right, Marlon, stand up. I'm going to make it. In fact, get up here. Come on up here, buddy. Give this kid a round of applause. So, the last time I was with Marlon, he was like, probably, I don't know, you just told me how much did you grow? Like a foot and a half. Yeah, he'd grown a foot and a half since the last time I saw him, which is only like 2 years ago, right? So Marlon is representative. And Alex is his dad, beautiful family. Some of you heard Alex earlier today, right? Marlon he's an example of why we must serve. Okay? The burden cannot be on this young man. It's not on this. We got to make sure that he has the resources. He's got the ability to be able to go to school, to be able to make decisions, to maybe think about a family in the future, right? I mean, to have the things that everybody in this room has. This is why I find it. And he's reflective because he's old. I mean, my oldest grandchild is 16 years old. Right? How old are you? 15. Right? I mean, God help us. So, I mean, he's emblematic. I've used him as a pro before. Thank you very much. You know? And he's just this beautiful child. But he's smart. He's got a good family. And he knows, you know, he's got a head on his shoulders that, you know, that thinks about these things because he hears his dad. His dad drags him around all the time. And my mom used to call it forced family fun. Right? Just shut up and get in the car. Right? My mom was wonderful, wonderful. So, this is why we must serve. This is why we must participate. This is why we must get involved. This is why we have to do something more than what we're doing today. We must. Because if we are going to rely on one man sitting in the Oval Office, or we're going to rely on Congress or those at our state's capitals that are passing laws that frankly aren't helpful, right? The reason why they are, because they get away with it. They get away with it. Right? They get away with it. We allow them to get away with it. We allow them to get away with it because, you know what? We don't vote. That's number one. Now, maybe our voting system is broken. It is. And I know that because we were in with the president this week, and you know, and I am, you know, I feel that something will happen here with our election system. But I'm going to tell you, the Republican governors, they're not helping. They're not helping. Okay? We're talking about the governor in this state. Jeez. You know? Anyway, okay. Give him a big round of applause. 15 years old, you know, I mean, so confident. Service. You know, we have to think about how we are going to serve. If that means that you have to figure out, again, in your life, where you're at, I don't care, again, what age you are. In fact, if you're older, you're, like my father said, you know, the older I get, the smarter my father becomes. Right? So if you're older, you actually have even more of a responsibility to serve. Don't sit there and say, well, I got mine, let these youngies, you know, those young kids, man, they're just, we created them. We created it. So how you serve is up to you. What you do is, you know, whatever God-given skills you have, whatever things that you know you can do, right? And as people said to me, and they say to me all the time, maybe it's just prayer. I say prayer is the most powerful weapon system known to man. Maybe it's just prayer. Maybe that's all you do. Maybe you form a prayer group. But I will tell you, even God Almighty, right? He didn't teach us to stay on our knees. There's all kinds of, you know, biblical things that talk about that, right? He taught us to stand, right? I mean, David, right? Daniel. All these characters in the Bible that suffered for us, to include Jesus Christ. Suffered. John Birch, I guarantee he suffered until he took that bullet in the back of the head. You know, it's like you go, wow. I know, and I've seen suffering. I've seen suffering in spouses who will never see their loved ones again. Right? I mean, for those that watched Charlie Kirk's wife last night, you know, beautiful, beautiful testimony of strength, courage, wisdom, you know, and you know, and I was watching it, sitting by myself watching it. I'm thinking of all these people that I know that died in combat, that had families, right, kids, beautiful children, they're babies.
Some of them found out while they were in combat that their wives were pregnant, and then they got killed. So they never even got the chance to see a child be born, right? And so the way I kind of absorb all this and synthesize all this is I look at it and I say, as I'm watching that, I'm thinking, I hope that this country realizes that through the life of Charlie Kirk, that we can reflect on all of the lives that have gone before us and sacrificed, given as Abraham Lincoln talked about the last true measure of devotion, and basically in the cause of freedom, right? Because it is not fair. Being free requires sacrifice, right? It requires sacrifice, constant sacrifice. It does. I'm going to read this thing because I think it's, I think it's necessary, because I want people to understand that part of it is what I put out publicly, because I like I said earlier, I speak as though I'll never be invited back, and this is the second time, so you guys invited me back, so thank you. And I put these out on this is on X, but it goes across all the different platforms that I'm on. And I'm on, I think, about 8 platforms, and I have about probably, some couple of million followers, because people are curious, I guess. And I said the subject, a stark warning to America. And I did this at probably about 4:30 this morning, because I was going through everything, and I'm reflecting on everything going on, and I'm like, wow, what is happening in this country? And I'm in touch with, I'm in touch with the White House, I'm in touch with the Secretary of Defense, and all these other people, and I always thank them for their service and for what they're doing. But it's a challenge. It is a massive challenge, So that's why I say, we have got to figure out what we're doing. You have got to figure out what you're going to do. So a stark warning to America, and I'll read it. I have been warning America for more than a decade, in uniform and out of uniform, about the rise of Islamism and Marxism, an unholy alliance that doesn't accept any form of God at its very core. I have been consistently standing up against these dangerous ideas, and I have been persecuted for speaking truth to power. I have the distinct honor of being fired by 2 presidents. One because he couldn't handle the truth, and the other who was told a lie by those Judases around him, Judases who still exist today. However, this short missive is not about me. It is about America's future. We are in an existential arc of U.S. history, and we must act. Our leaders, starting with Admiral Donald Trump, must fight through the noise of those advising him that this is about political differences that this isn't about political differences between a 2-party system. It is not, and far from it. Large swaths of our government have been taken over by radicalized groups, like a cancer takes over the human body and eventually destroys it. It is vastly deeper than most realize. It goes from the federal government all the way down to the local levels. And in parents, I put, consider the takeover of our local school boards, for instance. Right? So this isn't just something in Congress. I understand it better than most because I have been witness to it as a high-ranking insider, as well as on the outside, intently studying and observing the dangerous domestic and global shifts. I stood against it, and those who control it tried their damnedest to crush me and my family, to bury us hoping we would fade away. We will only lose if we quit, and I was taught to never back down from a fight. Why is this happening? There are many reasons, but the main reason is complacency by the American people over decades. Yes, there are others, but putting my finger on the pulse of America, this is the primary reason. What now? Mr. President, you must act now. He must give full authorities to every one of those he put into key leader positions to systematically and professionally remove people, resign them, retire them, and in some cases, investigate them for criminal prosecution. He must consider use of his national security and national emergency powers that only he has. The POTUS, the President of the United States, has extraordinary powers, and I put this in quotes, to preserve. I put the word in preserve in quotes. I'll tell you why in a second. So the POTUS has extraordinary powers to preserve our constitutional republic. It is his and only his to apply these authorities, but he must seriously consider using them. There are moments in history that are seminal turning points. Others call them inflection points. During those arcs of history, great leaders stood and passed the test. Presidents George Washington and Abraham Lincoln were two leaders who stood on the front lines of freedom, took charge during existential arcs of U.S. history, and demonstrated extraordinary leadership. Both paid a heavy price, but each saved our nation, one from it not being created, the other from it splitting in two. We are experiencing another of these existential moments with its own unique blend of characteristics. Everyone can see and feel the challenges. If we cannot overcome this moment, we face losing everything. To every U.S. citizen who reads this, wake up to the fact that our freedom must be sacrificed for. Just ask the millions who have gone before us, who have given their lives. Freedom is fragile, and to hold on to it requires each citizen to accept some of the responsibilities for why we're here now, tonight. To secure our freedoms requires great sacrifice. Always has and always will. Take this warning as a gesture of love. Love of God, love of family, love of country. And then I put down Ephesians 6, 16 through 17, right? Chapter 6, paragraph 16 to 17, right? Ephesians, the whole thing about the sword and the shield and all that stuff, right, Pastor? I mean, somebody probably can quote it. I can't. But I'm just telling you, I looked it up again. And then I said, God bless America. And then at the end, because I felt compelled to do it, I said to Elon Musk, thank you for providing us this free speech platform. Otherwise, I couldn't do it. So I'm going to finish by that, okay? Speech. Because that's why Charlie Kirk, to a degree, was murdered, right? Because of speech. And trying to apply it in the way that it's supposed to be debated. Our livelihoods, who we are, we debate it, right? We debate about who we are. That's what we're supposed to be, right? Goes back to the town squares, right? Places like Boston Common. So most people don't know this, because if I gave you an exam tonight, most of you would fail it. If I told you to give me the 5 components of the First Amendment. Now, there's some constitutionalists, and I know there's a constitutional lawyer, I met him earlier, well, maybe I should call on you. Where I'm looking. Don't duck. I see you. Now, First Amendment. And first of all, the founders took essentially the 10 Commandments and the Bible, and other aspects, going back in time in history. Magna Carta is another one, a bunch of things that were created in England, and certainly through other religions that they examined. But the Bible, the 10 Commandments and the Bible, promises, fulfillment of promises. Okay, that's essentially what it is. 10 Commandments, Bible. Promises, fulfillment of promises. The connection to us is the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. Bill of Rights, promises. Constitution, a fulfillment of the promises that we make in those Bill of Rights, in that Bill of Rights. Okay? Most people don't know that. That's what our founders did. Our way of life is based on principally the Bible. Great historians that have studied it and wrote about it, they'll tell you 75 to 80% of the Constitution is based on the Bible. Promises, the fulfillment of promises. First Amendment. First Amendment. 5 parts. Most people don't know. Again, you look at the Federalist Papers, whether it's 3, 46, 49, doesn't make any difference. These are things that are part of who we are. The Supreme Court makes decisions based on things that they find still using the Federalist Papers. And the intent, what is the intent of the founders? What was the intent of the founders when they said that, right? The First Amendment. Because everybody go, First Amendment is freedom to speak. So we can speak freely. No. Yes, it is, but that's the second part. Okay? The first part of the freedom of speech, and I know this because I studied it, is about religion. So when somebody stands there and says, we got a separation of church and state, which the left is going to beat you over the head over, okay? They're going to say, we're separation of church and state. Don't believe it for a second. The very first part of the First Amendment is religion. It has to do with our ability to be able to practice our faith the way we want. Right? And they did argue about, should it be Christianity, should it be this, should it be that. They studied even, there's one document, I think it's Jefferson, or it might have been Madison, I think it's Jefferson though, studied Zoroastrianism, which is one of the oldest known religions in the history of the world. It actually comes out of modern day Iran. I mean, these people were so brilliant. But the first part of the First Amendment has to do with religion. To be able to practice our faith. And we should be fearless about it. This country is still a nation built on Christian principles and values. You know, I've written about the idea about Judeo-Christian principles and values because that is a part of who we are. But principally, Christian principles and values, we should be fearless about that. We should not cower. We should not have people at the pulpit that cower and do not stand their ground. I am in a war with the United States Council of Catholic Bishops all the time. Right? So, because I'm a Catholic, right? It's like, please come to grips with what you're supposed to do, right? Anyway, but that's not just, Catholic religion. It all goes across the board. The second part is speaking freely, right? The ability to be able to, our freedom of speech. That's the second part. I know if you look at their writings and their letters to home, their diaries, they argued about the First Amendment a lot, right? And they argued about that first principle. The second thing is speech. The third thing is the press, right? The press. 3 million people are in London today because the lack of freedom of press. I mean, they're being crushed. Ukraine, the Zelensky guy who we've given, $500 billion. $500 billion, B, capital B. Okay? God knows where any of it's gone. He's locking up journalists. They killed one. Martial law, their version of martial law. I mean, we're supporting this? These talk about fascists. Jesus. Okay, the press, that's the third one. The fourth one is exactly what we're doing tonight. And what the John Birch Society is very strong about and has fought about, not just for the John Birch Society, but for others, is the ability to peaceably assemble. Right? To come together as a family unit, as an organization, and sit there and say, this is what we want to do. We want to assemble. There's all kinds of stuff going on all over the world today. It's hard to stop 1 million people when they show up, right? Because they don't have these laws in other parts of the world. So normally what they do is what they did in Nepal the other night. They stormed the Capitol and they took it over. They burned it. And did any of you watch what they did to the leaders? They stripped them down. They didn't kill them, at least not what I saw, and not what I've heard. They stripped them down and embarrassed them through the villages, right? The towns, it's the capital. Could that happen in this country? You're darn right it could. Peaceably assembled, right? Supposed to be a candlelight vigil in Washington, D.C. Sunday night for Charlie Kirk. There's something going on. While I was sitting down here earlier, a friend of mine said that there's something going on in Phoenix tonight. Peaceably assembled. Peaceably. When the truth, because the truth comes out all the time. Sometimes it takes a long time. I was listening to the leadership team today talking about the beginnings of the John Birch Society, and that's taken a long time. That truth has taken a long time to come out. But that group of people that started, leaders that started this organization, were right. They were right. And the powers to be at that time just came down and crushed them. Our ability to peaceably assemble. This is still in the First Amendment. Never mind the next 9, right? And then the last one is really important. It's our ability to petition our government to redress the grievances that we have, right? Basically, to do the kinds of things that we say, and people come up to me all the time, and I don't have a prop up here, but they come up to me all the time and they give me things. They go, get this to Trump. I mean, I swear to God. I mean, my assistant's laughing because I go and I say, here, hold this. And I do try to read it all, but it's like, I mean, and I do, and I'm polite. I'm very polite. I was taught to be very polite. But I'm also a general. And I have seen, the worst in humanity. And so, we have got to start taking responsibility as individuals, not only as individuals, but also as members of a humane society, of a country that should be proud of itself, should be a moral and ethical country, right? I mean, as an officer in the military, you're taught early on, you got to follow the orders that you're given by your higher headquarters, by your seniors. You don't have to follow an illegal, immoral, or unethical order, right? Not all orders are illegal, but many orders can be immoral or unethical. So that's a dilemma. That's a dilemma that a lot of leaders find themselves in, because it's like, they know that that's not right, but they might still do it because they're weak. They're weak. And all of us have moments of weakness. So the First Amendment, 5 parts. I mean, I just spent probably too long talking about it. But that's our First Amendment. There's 9 others, right? The Second Amendment, right? The Second Amendment. I won't go into the details of it. But do you all know what the Third Amendment is? I mean, maybe many of you, probably 90%, don't know what the Third Amendment is. And the reason why they gave us the Second Amendment, because the Third Amendment is without consent, no military or no army can occupy your home, right? Because at that time the British were doing that, certainly up in the Boston area and other parts of the colonies, right? So they said, keep your guns, and we're not going to allow these guys to come into your homes without consent. We must, I mean, it's beyond, where's the kid, the Brunson, where are you at? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Lloyd, right? Yeah. So we talked about the Constitution earlier. He's got a great book that's about the Constitution, and we're talking about the Constitution. We don't teach it. We don't, there's so many things that we don't do anymore. And so, again, I will, wrap up and just say that I am honored to be here, and thank you for the invite back to the team and to everybody that's part of this beautiful organization. For those of you who take advantage of that opportunity that I gave you tonight, because you may not get, nothing's free, but maybe you got a little bit of a good deal tonight because you're here, and maybe you're just curious to come here to see something, maybe, and who knows. But some of you should take advantage of that. Go out there and be recruiters, right? I think you guys were talking about recruiting. One of you were talking about recruiting. You got to recruit. And this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. Okay. Now, tonight is the John Birch Society, and I'll, do my best. And I know I have great people that I know they're going to fight for this country in their own way. And I know that there's other organizations out there that have people that want to do something, but they're afraid. Because fear is an emotion that every single human being has. Trust me, everybody has fear, everybody lives with fear. You can
depending on your life and your experiences, you can control that emotion to a degree. There's even for those the hardiest, it's difficult. We have to learn to overcome that to a degree, not give it up, not try to put it in your back pocket and pretend like you're going to be tough, because we're human beings. But we have to figure out how to work through this fear that we have as a society by being called a name. Right? My mom used to say, sticks and stones will break your bones and names will never hurt you. And I've been called every single name in the book.
Amen to that.
They called me anti-something, I was also called pro-something. I'm like, I actually have fun. I have fun with it now. It's like a badge of honor, right? So I want you to reflect on everything that I said tonight. Take pieces of it. Maybe let it sink in, as you go home or wherever you're going to go back to. And the biggest message that I can give you is service. Service. And the question is, how do you serve? How will you serve our country going forward? Because for us to have 250 years, like I said, to get 250 more years out of this beautiful country of ours, for these wonderful young people that we have, we're going to need a lot more people to serve our country. Right here at home. Not overseas, not in the military. Right here, in your communities, in your towns, in your parishes, in your churches, in your town councils, in your states. Volunteers, run, provide something, do something, use the God-given talents that you have, and get involved, right? I use the phrase, local action equals a national impact. And what that means is that if every single person takes that to heart in this country that has the wherewithal to be able to do something, we can get another 250 years out of this beautiful country of ours. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you.
Ticket purchases. Thank you. So Stella and Marley, can you please come up here to the stage, because I'm going to have you each draw a ticket, and then we're going to have General Flynn draw a ticket because he brought us a bat, a very special bat. Where's the bat? You're going to have to ship it to me. Oh, okay. All right.
Let's see if I can make this work. Nope. Okay. So.
Don't forget that special, that General Flynn special. I'm telling you, man. These guys don't sell it enough. Sign up.
Okay, so guys, on the stream, I am trying to. I'm going to try and move you guys a little bit closer on this. Oh, sorry, TikTok. You just went for a ride. Okay, so TikTok, hang tight.
940249.
We're gonna put the gimbal on this little feet for a minute. Sorry, guys. I know it's not ideal, but here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna set you guys on the ground for 1 second because I need to flip some cords around here. So,
940.
1 second, guys.
249.
So, I'm going to do this from here. Let's see if we can.
Are you Carol Culp? Are there any companies in here that has like hearing aids? All right, Carol, what do you mean? Do you have a second reserve or something? I mean, jeez.
If she's got a second dessert back there and hasn't eaten it yet, save it for me. You want a nice pistol, very nice pistol. All right.
Awesome. Okay. Sorry guys, we're trying to so that I can.
It's a Vortex Crossfire Red Dot package raffle. Or your weapon. It's Red Dot, you know, it's like.
If she knows that, man, I'll be tough. I'm like, stay away from this young lady. It's a red dot sight for a, you can put it on a rifle. It's really nice. Probably worth a few $100. Easily. Maybe 500. Okay, so you're going to reach in there.
Miss Stella Fleming, and she's probably the youngest guest here. And a picture perfect, of course.
940389.
You must not play bingo.
940389.
Okay, we're gonna set you guys on the floor too on TikTok here for a minute. Very sorry, folks.
From Loudon, New Hampshire.
We're gonna try to.
Stella, Marley, thank you very much for your service.
Do this for a minute so I can get everybody let's back up on these gimbals
Thank you,
here.
General Flynn. Christian
Alright,
here.
this is the small one. What did I do with jeez. Okay, this is the one that was up. This is the one
We have this mic back supposed to go, so our next speaker, Catherine Austin Fitz, can have it this talk. Okay, so Catherine Austin Fitz served as managing director and member of the board of directors of the Wall Street Investment Bank Gillen Reed and Company Incorporated, and as Assistant Secretary of Housing and Federal Housing Commissioner at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development under the President George H.W. Bush, and was the President of Hamilton Securities Group Incorporated. She has designed and closed over $25 billion of transactions and investments to date, that has led portfolio investment strategies to for $300 billion financial assets and liabilities. Catherine graduated and received her bachelor's degree from the University of Pennsylvania, her master's degree from Wharton School, and studied Mandarin Chinese at the Chinese University in Hong Kong. Catherine is the founder of the Solari Report, which you can find and should find, everyone here should be going to this website, at solari.com, SOLARI.com. And now, please welcome Catherine Austin Fitz.
Okay, wave to me when you have the lavalier working. Okay, well, I want to thank Wayne Morrow and the JBS group for having us here. It's really a privilege. We do a lot of solidity with state legislatures, and we keep bumping into JBS doing these really great things at the state legislature. And sometimes we feel like Butch Cassidy in the Sundance Kid. Who are those guys? So Wayne and JBS, thank you for everything you're doing, because they are really out there fighting for freedom. And for your service, one of the things you can can do is you can support this group of people getting into the trenches and going to the state legislature and going to the federal government and taking that fight right to where it needs to happen. So I want to thank you. So I want to talk about financial freedom, and I'm going to start off with we have a wonderful person who runs our team, Cash. Who here uses cash as much as possible? Use cash, not just Cash Friday, cash every day. And she says she's in South Dakota, and she says when people say, well, you know, I'm not an activist, I don't care about this, I have no assets to lose, I don't care about financial freedom. She says, oh, how do you feel about this? You transgender your child, or will you shut off your bank account? Oh. No, I'm serious. You take a vaccine mandate once a month, or we shut off your bank account. So when I'm talking about financial freedom, I'm not just talking about money. I'm talking about freedom and the exercise of financial transactions to control your freedom. Okay? So I want to start off with two stories. And a lot of what I'm going to do tonight is try and give you a map of what is happening in the money. And I want you to have that map so that when you leave here, you are going to have a much better idea about how to navigate, both navigate in your personal life and your personal finances, but also what you can do to try and turn this around. Because we are moving into a period, we've been in it for a long time, where people are trying to control the financial system and use the financial system to control you and me. So let me start off with two stories. I used to have to pastor and say, if we can face it, God can fix it. Okay, and you've heard again and again today about the power of prayer, and what you pray for is important. And so one of the things we can always do is bring transparency to what is happening, because if we can face it, God can fix it. So I'm going to, I'm going to, at the end of my presentation, I'm going to talk to you about all the things you can do. And there are many, many things we can do, but first we have to face it. So many years ago, in 1997, I was giving a presentation just a few miles from here at Safeguard Scientifics, big money manager, and I was making a presentation. I had a company, and we had on the board an advisory panel of pension funds that we were helping. At the time, we were very worried about baby boomers going through the retirement age and making sure our pension funds could support you in your retirement. And we made a presentation about how we could re-engineer the federal budget in a way that would radically reduce the deficit and create explosive new wealth for the pension funds. And the president of the largest pension fund looked at me. Now remember, this is spring 1997. He looked at me and he said, you don't understand, it's too late. I said, what do you mean it's too late? He said, it's too late, they've given up on the country and they're moving all the money out starting in the fall. And in fact, that fall was when $21 trillion started to go missing from the federal government. It was the beginning of fiscal federal 1998. And if you look at the Solari report, I run the Solari report, every quarter we publish in hard copy some of our big presentations. And what they do is they track presentation after presentation what has been happening with what I call a financial coup. So what is a financial coup? A financial coup is a change of governance by financial means. We've been part of a republic that the bankers, from 1913 on, our government was the bankers ran monetary policy, and then the people's representatives ran fiscal policy. Balance of power between the bankers and the elected representatives. A financial coup is a process of governance which changes to a world where the bankers run monetary policy and fiscal policy. And we're going to talk today about programmable money, because programmable money is how the bankers rig the rules of fiscal policy into the money. Okay, so I'm not going to go into it, but we have many reports that track the financial coup from 1998 on until the current sort of, I'll just call it a reset. Every 80 to 120 years, the central bankers have a reset. And we're in a reset now. In fact, in the summer of 2019, the central bankers met and reviewed a plan that was prepared by retired central bankers through the BlackRock Investment Institute called the Going Direct Reset. And we have a piece outside that you can access on the Going Direct Reset. The latest phase of the Going Direct Reset is stablecoins, which I want to spend a fair amount of time talking about tonight. Who here has been tracking the Genius Act and what is happening with stablecoins? Just raise your hand, let me say. Okay, so this is going to be new for a lot of people. Anybody feel the effects of inflation? Okay. The chart I'm showing you up here from the Federal Reserve shows you after the central bankers met and reviewed the Going Direct Reset plan in 2019, what happened next. They went back to New York, and a process began as part of the injection to inject $5 trillion directly into the economy. That's one of the reasons you're feeling so much inflation today. Okay? And a lot of what I'm going to tell you tonight is that inflation is going to continue. And it's one of the things you need to be prepared for. Okay, something else happened without which I don't believe the Going Direct Reset or the pandemic could have occurred without. Who here, are you ready for this? One of the most arcane pieces of policy in the last 10 years. Who here has heard of Federal Accounting Standards Advisory Board Statement 56? Okay, so there are a few Solari report subscribers in the audience. Okay, so from 1999 until 2015, I and a group of people worked very hard to constantly try to require the federal government to obey the laws related to audit financial statements. So I was part of a group of people in the first Bush administration who got laws passed requiring the federal government to produce audited financial statements. The idea being every year you give a 1040 to the government and say, here's how my money works. And the idea was the government give you their financial statements back and say, oh, here's how our money works. A process began in 1998 when the federal government said, we're not going to produce audited financial statements, and one of the reasons is we have undocumentable adjustments. By 9/11, there were $4 trillion of undocumentable adjustments. For those of you who've been active in 9/11, you know the day before 9/11, Donald Rumsfeld stood up and said there's 2.1 or 2.3 trillion missing from the Department of Defense, undocumentable adjustments. So we had a big story coming out in Insight magazine that week on that Friday, and I'll never forget saying to the reporter, he's trying to get ahead of our story. Nothing can stop this story from going viral now. It's the last time I ever say that. So this continued, and of course the federal government never produced audited financial statements. The big agencies where the big problem was DOD and HUD. HUD is now missing $1 trillion. $1 trillion in undocumentable adjustments. DOD, $20 trillion. By 2015, the Department of Defense and the Army came out with a report that they had 6.5 trillion of undocumentable adjustments in 1 year, which was the largest amount to date. I started talking about it on the interviews again and again, and a wonderful professor from Michigan State University, Dr. Mark Skidmore, was listening. He's a budget expert, and he says she has to be wrong. There's no way the Army could be missing many multiples of its entire budget in 1 year. So he went to the DOD and looked at the financial statements and discovered, oh, I was right. So he called me and he said, is there anything I can do? And I said, yes. We have got the undocumentable adjustments up to $12 trillion that we've counted. But if you could take your students and go through all the DOD and HUD financials from 1998 to now, I would love to know what the full amount is. And so he did. They spent months going through all the financials, and they got the number up to 21 trillion. And so a process began where there was tremendous pressure on DOD to produce an audit. And back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, DOD announced that they weren't going to produce an audit, but the next thing that happened, remember Kavanaugh, remember the wild sexcapades of the Supreme Court Justice? Yeah. Guess what happened while that was going on? Audit. the Congress and the executive branch, October 2018, agreed to a policy called Federal Accounting Standards Advisory Board Statement 56. And what that policy said is a secret group of people, by a secret process, could withhold from the financial statements a secret amount of the financial results for the year, not just for the 24 covered agencies, but for 150 related government entities. And when you throw in the classification laws and the national security laws, that includes the big defense contractors and the big banks doing business with the government. So let me tell you, as an investment advisor, what that means. What that means is a large part of the capital markets in the United States are dark. Okay, large cap stocks, large cap. I don't look at the financial statements for any of those companies anymore because it's meaningless. I don't look at the federal financials anymore. So I was sitting I have a home in Tennessee, and I was sitting in Bolivar, Tennessee, running errands in the car. And Dr. Skidmore said to me, this is right in 2019, he said, why do you keep pushing this? Why don't you give up? Nobody wants to hear about this. And I said, don't you understand that if we don't do something about this, they have only one way to balance the budget, and that's by lowering life expectancy. And in fact, the month after the budget deal broke up in 1995, which is exactly when I think they gave up on the country. In fact, the next month, the predatory lending at HUD was dramatically accelerated, and the FDA approved OxyContin, and the pill mills opened, the SWAT teams dropped in on the private prison, and you had dramatic lowering of life expectancies in the lower income groups. But if you look at a chart of life expectancy, what you will see is the 19 industrial countries rising steadily and the U.S. veering off and dropping, and then with the pandemic falling off the cliff. Yep. So the first thing I said when the pandemic started is whatever you do, don't worry about COVID, but whatever you do, don't take the injection. Because I knew unless life expectancy started dropping in the middle income groups, you couldn't balance the budget. Okay. On that cheerful note, we've been talking about the Constitution. One of the things I really admire about the John Birch Society is you understand the power and importance of the Constitution and the power and importance of the state's powers of the Constitution, which is, I spent half my year living in Europe, and I have to tell you, there's not a country in Europe that wouldn't just do anything if their country had the state powers of the Constitution that we enjoy here. It's one of our incredible blessings if we can use it. I'm on my way to Idaho in a week or two to talk to, at the dinner for the Idaho Freedom Caucus, which is one of the great groups of state legislators in this country. One of them said to me, I was out in Idaho 2 years ago, and he said, every year we send $1 to Washington, and every year we get $1.19 back. And every time I try and say, let's enforce the Constitution, my constituents say, I'd rather have the 19 cents. Yeah. And that is the problem your state legislators face. And that is one of the problems and why we have to deal with the money. Okay, so FASB 56, we now have a secret government, and secret financing permits so many things. And if you look at many of the different divide and conquers in this country, they couldn't be happening if we ran the money lawfully. You know, it's interesting, if you come to Solari, you'll see we only focus on things that impact everybody. So the missing money, are you ready for this, is $65,000 per person. Oh. Okay, so if you have a family of 5, multiply 65,000 by 5, that's how much money is missing relative to your family. And it's funny, when I first got there, I live in a very segregated community in Tennessee, and when I first got there, I said, you know, if you guys would just deal with the money, you could hate each other rich instead of hating each other poor. So it's important to deal with the money. Okay, so let's keep going. Okay, so we've known that we were in this reset, and the question is, where is this going? If the bankers are going to assert control not just of monetary policy, but of fiscal policy, how are they going to do that? So let's talk about how they're doing it. In 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, I'm online with John Titus, who is my co-host of our Money and Market show, and we are watching a panel at the IMF online. And you have Jay Powell, Chairman of the Federal Reserve, the head of the IMF, and Augustine Carstens, who runs the Bank of International Settlements. Is everybody here? Who here knows what the Bank of International Settlements is? Okay, so the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland is the central bank of central banks. It has sovereign immunity, and it has the power to move money all around the world and keep it on its balance sheet in secrecy.
That's where all the money goes.
Okay? So Augustine Carstens did something. You have to understand, I was trained to be a central banker. Okay? And if there's one rule central bankers never do, they never speak English. Okay? They talk pretzel talk. You know, and when you finish it, you say, God, you know, I took economics in college, but I didn't understand. Maybe I'm not smart enough. Do you know what I mean? But that's pretzel talk, that's purpose. Okay, so Augustine Carstens did something I had never seen a central banker do before in my life, and I fell off my chair. He's Mexican, but he spoke English. Okay? So this is a central banker in 59 seconds telling you the truth. And he's talking about central bank digital currency, which is one of the forms of programmable money they're going to use to control fiscal policy. Here it goes.
Part of our analysis on CBDC, in particular for the use of the general use, we tend to establish the equivalence with cash. And there is a huge difference there. For example, in cash, we don't know, for example, who's using a $100 bill today. We don't know who is using a 1,000 peso bill today. A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability. And also, we will have the technology to enforce that. Those two issues are extremely important, and that makes a huge difference with respect to what cash is.
Okay, so let me tell you what he just told you. First of all, he said the money in your bank account is not your money, it's his money.
Yep.
It's a central banker's expression of liability. Okay? The second thing he told you is with digital technology, they have the ability to put together surveillance and data analytics with an expert rule system, which is unique to each person in this audience. You have a different social credit system than you. You have different incentives, different rewards, okay? So I'll think of frequent flyer miles, just times, exponential, thousands of times. And with that technology, you can make the rules centrally and you can enforce them. So you don't need a legislative group or branch, and you don't need a bureaucracy or an executive branch because you can do everything through the money, literally. Doesn't mean they'll take it away right away, but you can literally define and control all the fiscal policy rules through the financial transactions, okay? Now, you've heard a lot of magical thinking about AI, okay? Every couple of years we have a new innovative technology and we have to hear all this magical thinking. Let me explain what AI is excellent at. AI is excellent at tracking and processing anything that can be simulated or expressed mathematically, okay? What that means is all those data centers using all that energy and all that water, what are they going to be good at? They're going to be good at doing exactly what Augustine Carstens just described, at tracking your money, controlling your money. So if we have a pandemic and we say, okay, you're locked down, your money won't work outside your house. You can't leave your house because your money won't work. If we say we want you eating lab-grown meat or we don't want you eating pizza, your money won't buy pizza, or it'll only buy lab-grown meat. Okay, we're talking about rule systems at a very complex granular level. Okay, so I talked a lot about the digital control grid, and let me tell you what the digital control grid is. The digital control grid is made up of many, many, many different parts, from satellites to to QR codes, to digital transportation, to smart homes in cities. There are many, many parts. And if you talk to most people, they'll say, oh, that part is very convenient. QR codes make things very convenient. Or smartphones make things very convenient. Or telecommunications and satellites and big data make things very convenient. Here's the problem. There are three critical components to the next phase of the digital control grid. Digital ID, programmable money, and major data analytics, with the whole telecommunications infrastructure. So, digital ID, real ID. But the key is programmable money. I have to be able to turn your money on and off, and that was the power of CBDC. Okay, so here's what happens. The day you have a very high quality digital ID system, which is interoperable with systems globally, and you have programmable money now I'm going to underscore this, in an all digital financial system. Okay? You have to have 100% digital transaction system. So when I say use cash, what I'm telling you is don't let that happen. Keep it from going. And they used the pandemic to try and get to all cash. It hasn't happened. And fortunately, we have central banks around the world now saying, with all these disasters, we can't count on electricity, so maybe we don't want to lose cash. Okay? Our danger hits when we go to all digital financial transaction. Here's what happens. You synthesize into a digital concentration camp. Okay? And let me tell you how bad this is. The controller of the currency, the Biden administration nominated a woman, dreadful woman, to be controller of the currency. Luckily, Senator John Kennedy got her killed. Right before she'd been nominated, she wrote an article in the Vanderbilt Law Review saying the wonderful thing about CBDC, if you're worried about inflation, you just freeze everybody's bank accounts.
Oh.
And she was nominated to be controller of the currency. Can you imagine? Okay, so this is what we want to avoid. We want to avoid the digital concentration camp, and as more and more of the control grid comes together, people are starting to see it. When I started to tell people I live in the Netherlands half the year, you got to use cash, they thought I was loopy. Everybody's so modern and efficient and whatever, and now they're all using cash. It's unbelievable. Every small business I know is suddenly switching to cash. Okay, so last summer, when I was 16 years old, I was required to read Foreign Affairs. Does everybody know what Foreign Affairs is? It's the magazine published by the Council of Foreign Relations. So as a child, I grew up on Council of Foreign Relations sort of propaganda. And there was a big story that published in Foreign Affairs last summer, and I turned to John Titus on Money and Markets, and I said, mark my word, the bankers have decided they're going to put in the Republicans in the White House to get the control grid. They're going to use election fraud, and they're going to use immigration, and they're going to push for a control grid. Right now, if you come to Solari, we have a collection where we track everything the administration is doing to build the control grid. Now, I will tell you that this process has been building from the time I was in Washington. So when I left the Bush administration in 1990, I said to my colleagues, these guys are going to get a hold of digital technology and they're going to kill us all. We have to have a plan B. So that was 1990. And in every administration, Republican or Democrat, the control grid has kept building. But I will say this, the Trump administration is building it bigger and faster than even I thought they could, and more than anybody. So one of the things you can do if you're part or you're a big supporter of the president is just tell him, stop it. And go take a look at this collection, because this administration is going full on, double down to build a control grid. Okay, so the latest development, so for several years we've all been worried about CBDCs, and the states have been passing legislation saying no CBDCs. It started in Florida with DeSantis saying no CBDCs can be used in Florida. At the end of this presentation, I'm going to tell you about model legislation we're working on that says no programmable money. Okay, so this is a picture in 2023 of where we stood in the financial markets. And if you look at the financial markets, right now, digital crypto or programmable money is tiny. It's about $4 trillion. And if you look at the total global markets, stock markets, bond markets, derivative markets, you're talking about $1 quadrillion or more. So it's really, really tiny. But what we're facing is enormously aggressive plans to create a crypto equivalent of all assets in the world, and essentially crypto money that can be used to move us out of the current financial system and into a programmable money system. Okay? And there's several steps that are going to be used. One is called stable coins, one is called asset tokens. So the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, literally is making an inventory of every asset in the world. So the chair you're sitting on, it's in the BIS inventory. And they're planning on creating asset tokens to represent, simulate, and trade every asset in the world. I've listened to some, it's amazing, some software developer thinks this is a really good idea, that you can go to the grocery store and pay for your groceries with 1% of your home equity.
What?
But anyway, okay. So right now it's tiny,
no.
but if you look at the plans, we're talking about explosive growth in the amount outstanding in these markets. Okay, so what just happened? The administration and Congress just passed something called the Genius Act, and the Genius Act is meant to create a legal framework on how stablecoins are going to work. And it's very important for you to understand stablecoins, because stablecoins are going to have a dramatic impact on not only the development of programmable money, but a dramatic impact on what is happening globally in the financial system and geopolitically in the geopolitical system. The Genius Act, there's another act coming through called the Clarity Act, and that will oversee asset tokenization. So that's something we're going to be tracking very carefully in the Celerity report, but tonight I'm just going to talk about stablecoins. Okay, so let me give you a sense of what stablecoins are intended to do. Here's a interview or a panel discussion at a crypto conference in 2024.
Speaking of stablecoins and the ability to use them for payments, what's your take there?
Yeah, but people, I think if you go, there's 8 billion people on the planet. If you go to each of those 8 billion people and ask them, hey, you can denominate your wealth in any asset, gold, Apple stock, S&P 500, euros, yen, whatever you want. My suspicion is if you went and asked everyone in the world, and they could answer the question without fear of political persecution, I suspect 5 to 7 billion of them would say US dollars. And so it's probably the single largest arbitrage ever in human history is to just get those people what they want. If you think that's what they want, then give it to them. And crypto rails are going to be the mechanism by which you do so. And so I think there's a massive opportunity to get stable coins in the hands of billions of people.
Okay, so here's how stablecoin works. You put under the Genius Act, you put $1 in a stablecoin. I'm going to grossly oversimplify to go fast. Put $1 in a stablecoin, and that dollar goes into a treasury bill. So this is a way to literally create a tradable treasury bill. And if you're the treasury and you're worried about who's going to buy your treasuries, this is a way to dramatically extend the marketing of treasury bills and financing the deficit globally. Okay? Now, in 1989, when the wall came down in Germany, what happened? I remember being talking to the cabinet secretary I was working for, and everybody was excited and talking about how Germany would unite in 5 or 10 or 20 years. It would take a long political process. But what happened was the head of West Germany just offered a premium for the East Germany currency, and literally overnight the country's unified. Because he basically just tendered and got everybody in East Germany on the West Germany, on the Deutschmark. And literally, boom, East Germany just collapsed into West Germany overnight. What we're talking about is the United States doing something similar. Now, this is a map from the BIS. And what the BIS has been planning to do, they've been running a process, and that process has been confirmed by all the countries of the world, and that process is each country issues a CBDC, programmable money, and they all coordinate through the BIS in Basel, Switzerland. So if you went to the G20 meeting in 2024, India, Russia, China, the United States all pledged allegiance to the BIS plan, right? Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, the central bank of central banks. So this map shows the innovation hubs and strategic partnerships all around the world that the BIS has been using to run this process of 190 plus countries planning on issuing a CBDC. Okay, so America just scrambled those plans, and essentially what America is going to do through the mobile payment systems, through Google Pay, Apple Pay, is they're literally going to go out to 8 billion people, anybody they can reach with the infrastructure and hardware, and say, you know something? Get on stablecoins. Okay? So remember when one company would do a hostile takeover of another company and they would tender for their stock in the open market? Okay, so rather than playing ball with the BIS system, the United States has just announced they're going to try and tender for 8 billion citizens around the world and get them on their currency. So literally, if you go watch what the Russians and Chinese are saying, they're trying to figure out, okay, how do they push back? And now we have literally countries around the world saying, oh, we're going to issue a stablecoin to offer more interest on our stablecoins than you're offering on yours, and we're trying to get your citizens on our currency, okay? So get ready for some wars, some currency wars. Part of this is the pushback to the BRICS. The BRICS have been trying to build separate financial channels and independent financial systems so they don't have to go through the dollar system, and this is the dollar pushing back. So we're heading into currency wars, and one of the things I'm going to tell you about these currency wars is they have the potential to be very, very inflationary. So what does that mean to you? So we just saw the Russians giving a presentation saying the Americans are going to use stable coins to basically hyperinflate and use that to write off the debt. You know, not a bad interpretation of what's happening, unlike what we did in 1970. And so this could get pretty wild, is what I'm saying, but it could be very inflationary. So here's the message to you. You care about having command of real assets in this environment. Okay, lest you think I'm making this all up, I would encourage you to go watch a perfectly dreadful movie. It's called G20. Viola Davis is a retired Marine who's the President of the United States, and she is going to the G20 meeting in South Africa. And I would point out that the G20 meeting this year is in November in South Africa. To market her plan to issue stablecoins to citizens all over the world, and are you ready for this? And use stablecoins to lend them money. Now, one of the greatest powers of the US dollar system is we have countries around the world in a US dollar debt trap. But now we're talking about getting the farmers of the world and retail people all over the world into a dollar debt trap. Okay? So to do that, you've got to print money. Remember the Iraqi pallets of cash? Where they just printed money and shipped it over to Iraq and started spreading money? This is the crypto equivalent of Iraqi pallets of cash. So one financial guy says this is the equivalent of war bonds, and it is, because you're talking about radically increasing global retail money into financing US treasuries. Now, one of the reasons you care about this is there is going to be a giant sucking sound on Main Street. So what happened during the pandemic? We had Main Street shut down, small businesses shut down, and suddenly all that market share shifts to Wall Street, to publicly traded companies. So I'll never forget, I was watching a video of Rick Santilli on the floor of the stock exchange, and he's arguing with Andrew Sorkin, and he's saying, wait a minute, I'm in a mall, there are 19 small businesses shut down because it's not safe, but Costco is open, and the parking lot is packed. And Andrew Sorkin says, yeah, but that's science. The virus won't go in Costco. It won't go in the small business. And Santilli's looking at him like he's nuts. Okay, but you know, we're in a similar kind of situation here. Okay. What's the challenge? Because the more lawless the environment gets, the more, I always say, crime that pays is crime that stays.
Yeah.
And we've seen tremendous lawlessness in the U.S. financial system. Not just 21 trillion missing from the federal government and the federal government refusing to obey the financial management laws. We're just about to publish our latest wrap-up called Plunder, which looks at some of the things that private equity and disaster capitalism has been doing in a very lawless way in America. But I just want to show you one video to help you think about what you want to be doing in your state and local area. This is Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, very involved in one of the largest stable coins, and this is when, during the campaign, before he went into the administration.
What is the balance sheet of the United States of America? It's everything we own and everything we have. I think it's worth $500 trillion. So now you say, okay, Howard, can you make 0.25% on it? Right now, if all of your assets are a giant mountain of, palladium and gold, and you can't move it and you have to just look at it and go, oh, that's so pretty, that's not going to help us. But we have land and we have minerals. So if we have 500 trillion and we can make 0.25%, if you give us a $500 trillion asset, can you make $1 trillion off of it? Or hopefully, I'm going to rename that famous department we just called it. We called it the Department of the Interior. Let's give it the real name. The Department of all the Land and Mineral Rights of the United States of America. But the value, the asset value of the United States of America, $500 trillion, the addressable market. Can Elon Musk and I come up with 0.25%, $1.25 trillion of revenues? The answer is
okay, so if somebody says, and in the last 2 months, how much has our debt gone up in this country? It's gone up by $1.2 trillion. So if you look at many things the administration is doing to try and assert control, part of that is coming to grips with the control you need when you're coming into enormous change. And even if it's just a high rate of inflation, we're talking about enormous change. So we have a website at Solari dedicated to financial transaction freedom, and there is a wealth of information of what you can do. We spent the last 2 years working with state legislators on what states can do. If constituents, so let's go back to the Idaho legislator who said, every time I want to enforce the Constitution, my constituents say I'd rather have the 19 cents. So there was a wonderful group in Tennessee of state legislators who got together and tried to figure out how they could turn down federal education money because they don't want our kids to be taught the things that they're required to teach them if they take that federal money, and they couldn't figure it out. Back to the 19 cents. But if they start to get real support from their constituents to make those changes, it's amazing what the states can do. So we spent 2 years working with state legislators and came up with a major manual that's sort of backed up by lots of online materials using the state's constitutional powers to preserve sovereignty and financial freedom. And the financial freedom, again, this is not about money, it's about sovereignty. Will you have a sovereign government? And will that sovereign government be governed by, the rule of law under divine authority? It's that simple. Anyway, I would encourage, we have copies outside, and we have brought them as a donation to JBS. So if you want copies, it will come with a donation to JBS, which I think is a very good thing for you to do. We have monthly briefings for legislators that we've made public, and I would encourage you to access them. Where's Joe Wolverton? Okay, Joe, stand up, take a bow. Joe did an incredible job. Convention would be a great idea. I'm like, oh! And finally I said, okay, we've got to get Joe Wolverton up here to explain this. And he did a fantastic job. And that's up at the Financial Transaction Freedom website. Another thing, and so here are all the legislative briefings, and again, we have them monthly, you can sign up for them. The other thing we have is we have a major section on cash, okay? Because this can only happen if we go to 100% digital. And you have the power, you and I have the power to stop that. If we just bring transparency, teach people about what's going on, and really implement cash. So we have a couple of model bills at Solari that we make available to legislators, things that the states can do an enormous amount, the state legislatures can do an enormous amount to make sure that cash continues. And you can read all about it there, and we're happy to make those available. One of the things that's happening, the person who runs our sort of cash effort, Team Cash, is Susan Lucius in South Dakota, and she says, my goal is to get the word cash in every headline I can possibly get it in. I just want to beat cash into the body politic. But every year she does something called Cash Halloween. Okay? Now, you know sugar is not good for kids, right? Right, okay. So what Susan does, and you can print out the little stickers. You can go to Turtling for Cash and you can print out the stickers. And the little stickers is something you can stick on a $1 bill that will tell you all the reasons you ought to use cash. Just stick it on one side. And then at Halloween, instead of giving out candy, give every child a $1 bill. And one of the things I can tell you from all the different subscribers who've been doing this is you will have the most popular house in the union. Apparently kids prefer a $1 bill to candy. Okay? So you will be very popular. But the other thing is the kids do a fabulous job of going home and saying, Mommy, Mommy, Daddy, Daddy, we should use cash. Okay? So it's a real way of spreading viral. I like it better than social media, but there are many great ideas. Susan has been getting legislation passed in South Dakota. Again, we have these sort of model legislations, and again, there's many things state and local government can do. Another thing, I also have a screening company. And I started the screening company because many clients, when I was an investment advisor, said, I don't want to finance my enemy. How do I make sure I do that? One thing led to another, and we started a screening company. Right now, our major screen has 800 companies. And what you'll discover when you do what I do is they are wonderful companies all over the world that are doing great things and productive things, that are not engaged in organized crime, are not poisoning our kids, are not building the control grid. You know, there's plenty of great investments around the world. You don't have to finance your enemy. But this I'll tell you, if I rolled up into one spreadsheet all the 401ks and IRAs of everybody sitting in this room, and I were to go through them, you know what I would discover? You know who's financing our enemy? All of us. Okay? I'll never forget the first time I walked into a health freedom conference and one of the doctors was so excited because he was making so much money on his Pfizer stock. I was fell off my chair. Because where I was trained by the top guys who ran the entire U.S. and global financial system. They had a rule, they never finance their enemy. And I won't. So, you don't have to. Okay, so you heard from General Flynn the importance of service, and you heard from both of us how important it is to support JBS and organizations like that. But I want to tell you how we're going to build the future. And we're going to build the future. So many of our institutions, whether government, healthcare, education, as Alex Newman so beautifully described, are not trustworthy. Okay? And we're going to have to build new institutions, and you're seeing it everywhere. You're seeing new healthcare services and new healthcare groups, and you're seeing new schools and new, all over the place. But I'll tell you how those things start. They start with relationships. When I was an investment advisor, one of the things I discovered, I can't tell you how many clients I had whose financial planner had told them that unless they had $25 million invested in the national security state, they would not be safe during retirement. In the meantime, their kids were, choking on student loan debt or living in a poor neighborhood because their parents couldn't afford to help them. that were, the whole thing was totally, the first time I had a millionaire tell me that they couldn't afford organic or biodynamic food, I was like, are you nuts? You're being poisoned. Get the joke here. So there's a failure to integrate, and I'll tell you one last story. When I litigated with the federal government for 11 years, and during that period, we had 18 audits, investigations, we had 12 tracks of litigation, we had physical harassment, surveillance, it was very immersive. And one of the reasons I'm alive today is when it started, I had lent or given to family and friends $250,000. I've always been very successful, and if anybody needed help, I always helped them. And so when literally all my income and credit was shut off by this process, I had a very wealthy uncle who started to buy my farmland and antiques from me, and he got targeted by the FBI and HUD. They showed up at his door at 9 o'clock at night with a subpoena to try and scare him and said he shouldn't help me. And there was a big family powwow. They all got together, and they said, we have to cut her off or else we'll be targeted. And my uncle said, no, I'm not going to cut her off because she always helped us, so I'm going to help her. When we won the big case in the litigation, got up a whole bunch of money, I sat down to pay everybody back. And what I discovered is over that 11 years, I had gifted or lent $250,000. And during that 11 years, people gifted or repaid me $250,000. And that was the money that kept me alive. And what I'm going to say now relates to me, not necessarily to you, so don't take it as financial advice. But when the money came in, my CPA said, something, I'd had $500,000 in a 401k, and I'd had to bust it and pay all the fees to pay for make work, subpoena compliance make work. It was just, it was war. And she said, let's fund up the 401k. I said, I'm taking that $500,000 and I'm bonusing it out on the People Bank. Because that's the bank that kept me alive, and that's the bank that we can count on, okay? So what I'm going to tell you, where I want to close, is the currency of the future. This is a Swiss doctor who said this 2 years ago. The currency of the future will be relationships of trust. You're going to build your future one person and one relationship at a time. And what you need to do is look around in your life and say, who can I count on? Because when the you-know-what hits the you-know-what, I assure you the National Security State will not show up and help you. But the daughter that you bought a house for, or the son you financed them through college, it's a much better chance that they will be there for you, particularly if you've raised them right. Okay? So look around and figure out where's your people bank, and you need to invest in those relationships, because that is how you're going to build your future, one relationship at a time. Okay, so we don't have a Q&A period, but I promised the JBS folks that I would go over to their bookshop, and we have a whole bunch of wrap-ups, and you can buy them in exchange for a donation to JBS. So I'm trying to... Wayne, we want to put, one of my favorite quotes is, speed costs money, how fast do you want to go? So we need to put more gas in Wayne and his team's car. So I will be over there, and if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. On the Solari report, we have, every week, we have something called Ask Catherine. You just wouldn't believe what I get asked. Somebody wanted to know about the underground bases. I'm happy to talk about the underground bases over at the JBS table. And with that, I just want to thank Wayne and the team for having me. Joe, thank you for doing such a great job on the Solari report. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
Well, that's cool. That was pretty hair-raising, some of that. Did we have? Yeah, we still have another. Wasn't there somebody else that was going to do closing remarks? Or was that
she was the keynote.
Well, yeah, I know. I thought there was. I thought I saw something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Okay, everybody, we're not done yet.
Yeah.
We're not done yet. So please sit down.
Okay. Okay, I didn't think so.
We have
All right.
one more speaker coming up. I'm going to introduce him right now. So we're not yet.
Oh my goodness.
Not over yet. Okay. So for our next speaker, it's Wade Morrow, by the way, the CEO of the John Birch Society. And Wade Morrow has held several people. We're not done yet. Okay. Wade Morrow has held several. Thank you. Appreciate that. Wade Morrow has held several senior positions in healthcare industry with Fortune 500 organizations to include domestic and international markets. His management experiences range from director-level positions to president and CEO of several startup companies in the U.S. Wade has over 25 years of experience successfully managing and building organizations from operations to business development. Prior to joining the JBS staff, Wade previously served as the National Field Director for John Birch Society. In that role, he provided leadership, trained, and reorganized the field staff coordinators to be effective educators, influencers, and motivators to fellow patriots, joining the growing freedom movement in the United States and overseas. And Wade first joined the JBS back in the mid-1970s and has since been inspired on the importance of passing on our nation's heritage to future generations. In December of 2024, Wade Morrow was appointed CEO of the John Birch Society. He is a veteran of the U.S. Army, and he is married to his best friend in the world, Janie. But before he comes up, he's asked that I would play the following video, and afterwards he'll be on the stage.
A lot of credit has to go to those individuals and those groups that kept the spirit alive.
What would America and the world be like without Mr. Welch and without the John Birch Society? I mean, they were Americans, they were academics, they were veterans, they were former intelligence people, they were patriots, and they saw it and they fought back.
Many of our friends are so very busy enjoying the good life. But I think too many of our friends and neighbors have not been willing to take the time and make the effort to protect the system that allows the good life to be possible. The John Birch Society was founded to build an informed electorate and to reverse that problem. And it has been the most successful organization of its kind in the world.
And a tremendous campaign was launched in December of 1960 to move to discredit the John Birch Society.
Let me just say what Newsweek says this. The John Birch Society considers communism only one arm of a master conspiracy in which socialist American insiders are plotting to establish world government. You know, that kind of silly, asinine statement is what makes people laugh at the John Birch Society.
You are looking at a group that has worked to bring about the dissolution of national sovereignty on the road to world government. And certainly, you're familiar with local Professor Carol Quigley, who's been part of the club, in which he admitted all this. And he said in his book, Tragedy and Hope, the only thing I disagree is he was working to keep it a secret.
John Birch Society's published dozens of books that I personally read that have the quotes from proto-globals 150 years ago, 100 years ago, that I went actually, UT Library got many of the books were there. I wanted to see it for myself. And that's why you have such an attack on America.
Because if you think the pressure on you now is bad, you ain't seen nothing. They're coming at you like you've never seen before. They're going to make your work environment toxic. They're going to make your community toxic. All of them. There's a lot of elements. Just go back and look at the John Birchers. A lot of things they said, and kind of, it sounds a lot more true than some of the other stuff that was put out there. Just saying.
You know, it's really rather easy once every 4 years to put a bumper sticker on for 2 weeks. I think that's why it's so appealing. It doesn't require any great deal of understanding or commitment. But to those individuals who are willing to take a look in the background of the issues and take a look at the voting and the representation of their representative in the Congress and in their senator, these are the individuals who deserve the great praise. And that requires a lot of hard work, day in and day out, not just at election time. But once again, the Congress is the key.
The majority of what you see Trump doing is my playbook, Ron Paul's playbook, Gio Griffin's playbook, Charlotte Iserby's playbook, Anthony Sutton's playbook, Senator Barry Goldwater's playbook, the John Birch Society playbook. And they're the real OGs. Everything they wrote 60, 70, 40 years ago, it was all dead on 100% accurate about the New World. They gave us the blueprint of the enemy operation. And because of the tireless work of folks going back into the 50s and 60s and on through today, but it was really the John Birch Society that stood up, the first citizen army who exposed this tirelessly. They created the seed of the giant mighty oak you see right now, globally.
Our danger is both immense and imminent. All we must find and build and use to win is sufficient understanding. Let's create that understanding and build that resistance with everything mortal men can put into the effort while there still is time.
Well, as the sign says, I'm the CEO since 10 months, right? 10 months now. I get a chance to do things I always wanted to do. And so I'm going to go through 10 or 15 minutes of things that we've done in 10 months. I said we, not me. And I approved this message, by the way, you just heard. Right? So the word's getting out, right? That the JBS says, ooh, are you guys still around? I had a laugh about a couple weeks ago. I was telling the guys at the media this morning, I thought I was in the Twilight Zone. Bill Jasper had the seat of Alex Jones for an hour all by himself. He goes, I'm on the John Birch side of Bill Jasper. Wow, he's in Alex Jones' seat. And he did it 2 days in a row. Right, Bill? It was wild. Never had opportunities like that before. We'll talk about how that all happened. It was by the hand of God for sure. But I just want to go through the Department of Progress. I just want to say before I start, I want to give a thanks to our speakers, Alex Newman, and my new recruiter, General Flynn, my investment advisor, Ambassador Flynn. Let's give a big hand, okay? Really easy. So I've been thinking about this. General Flynn, he invited me to D.C. to his program. I really liked it. It was really good. I met some really high-powered people. I've been thinking about this. He did the deal for me. I'm going to do a deal for him now. So he knows the president, right? So anybody like to go to breakfast with the president? So if you join tonight, he's going to usher us in the White House. Are you thinking, is that a good idea? We'll talk about that later, okay? Maybe get Mr. President Trump to show up when he's meeting. That'd be cool, right? That'd be a good idea. That'd be a challenge. That's going to work. We'll give it a try. But anyhow, thank you so much for being my recruiter. I appreciate that. I got you on staff later. And by the way, do take his opportunity. That's a really good deal. And by the way, you all have on your tables, on purpose, a blue book. We have a big green, yellow. We take blue, okay? You know all the colors. And inside here you have an application for membership, which you're all going to fill out if you're not a member. The other thing is CSC support, Continuous Support Club. And this is a way to help fund the Birch Society. We're non-for-profit. We don't exist on dues. Trust me on this. We exist by donations of loyal supporters. So we just revise this. It's $20 a month or something like that. Whatever you can afford. Fill this out and get us a tip in the back, because Tim's going to collect all kinds of things later and do this for us, okay? And if you could do that, it would be really, really important. Primarily, I'll talk about why I gave you a copy of this book. First of all, you ought to read it. It's Mr. Welch's speech that he did in 1958. It tells you the plan, what he saw in 1958. And to read it today, it's like this guy was so prophetic. So if you're not a member, you should read it. If you are a member, you should read it or reread it. So we'll get back to this in a minute. I'm do this for a review. Some of you people know, some of you don't know. But the Book Society has some affiliates. So we have Western Islands, which is our book publishing company. Joe, will you stand up, Joe Overton? There's Brother Joe. There's Joe Overton. Joe, you know, what an opportunity with Western Islands. We ought to dust this thing off. We should be the number one publisher of conservative literature in the world. We should. We have 300 titles. So now you've seen new books or old books being republished. Okay? That's why you see them all out there at reasonable prices, because we figured a way to make that all happen. So. So we have some old favorites. You know, I'll stack them over here so you guys remember to go buy them. Our job is to go with nothing in the van on the way back to Wisconsin. None are called treason. Right? I'm a little ahead of myself because I'm going to go back and review it one more time. But there's a cool story about John Stormer. You know, I was at a meeting, a pastor's conference, and the speaker said, my dad was getting a PhD in aeronautical engineering, worked for McDonnell Douglas. I used to work for Lockheed for 4 years. I worked in the dark. That's scary. I had to stop that. I had to go back to healthcare. But there's a really cool story about this. He was getting his doctorate degree, and his wife said, you have to go to the chapter meeting tonight. He goes, honey, it's raining outside. I'm tired. I didn't really know, but you're really promised. So he goes to the chapter meeting. There's a chapter leader and one person who's really steamed. What am I doing here? So he was there, had coffee. It's when the individual was taking notes, really intent what this person had to say. And that person was John Stormer. He quit his job and sold his book out of his garage. And the story goes. So my message to this is, you never know who you're talking to, who that one person is. That's why I had the campaign, Who's Your One? Right? Who's Your One? So this is a pretty cool story. It's a good book. You all got to get this book. This is a prelude in another called Conspiracy. Okay? So Western Islands, we'll talk a little bit more about that. We also have the Freedom Project Academy. How many people know we have a school? Very good. I travel around the United States and say maybe 5% know we have a school from kindergarten to high school. It's been around for 15 years. And we've been, Alex has been talking about get your kids out of public school. Luke Pesta manages our school, and he's a professor of English at the University of Wisconsin. And this is what he tells me. Incoming freshman English majors cannot define a verb and a noun.
Wow.
How about that? That's scary. He also asks a question to do a writing exam or write about what you did in your summer vacation, whatever the topic is. Now he looks at the writing of all of our children. So take a guess at the writing level of incoming freshmen.
Fourth.
Seventh grade.
Seventh.
Only one was at high school.
That is higher than I anticipated.
Interesting, huh? Freedom Project Academy, really important. It's on freedomproject.org. From kindergarten to high school, we have live education. So you can see the teacher, but the student can't see the student. Or it's recorded, or we actually have the modules you can take with. It's very expensive to take with you. Then we have the Law Enforcement Agency. Where's Drew Dorans? I know he's back here. There's Drew. Hi, Drew. So I have to tell you, I'm really proud of the staff. I'll tell you what I did. But I asked Drew to take on law enforcement, with a not-for-profit law enforcement agency. And what happened is that we go around and try to support local police to stay independent. We don't need a national police force. So it's a not-for-profit. So he took the challenge and he's dusting it off in a business plan. Really proud of him. And he's just going like crazy with this. Then we have the New American Magazine, Gary Benoit and Steve Bonta. Where are you? There he is. Steve is the publisher and Gary. I'm amazed the Bird Society are really unique. I came out with this. If I had my office window, I have a magnolia tree. And I looked at that and I said, I kind of thought about it for a while. It's a tulip magnolia tree. I said, look at all the fruits here. This is an apple tree. We like that. Genesis 3, Agenda 2030, the United Nations, and all these little fruits of, I call it the globalist agenda. But the Bird Society looks beyond the tree trunk and the fruits. We see it's a new world order with a conspiracy. That's what we point to, what's under the dirt, which you can't see. That's why it's a conspiracy. And we'll get attacked for that. So you want to destroy this tree, you got to get to the root. So I think it's a good pictorial. So 10 months ago, or 9 months ago, I said one of the key things I need to do is change the culture. I really did. That's a really problem I had. I had to change the culture. I had to change the culture to make it a working culture. We have trust. We can share things. Didn't see that when I walked in the door. And so you see this collection of people in the staff. We have a staff meeting every Monday morning, and we go around and talk about what every person's doing in the department. It's really interesting because you hear all the things. I can help you, you can help me where you are. That's a long-winded meeting. Some guys get carried on. So this room here was the CEO office. I don't need an office that big. I made it our conference room. That's what it is. So I changed the culture by building teamwork and accountability, strengthening communication, and I encourage ownership and unity. Without a good culture, we can't do the things that I'm going to tell you we're doing. It's totally impossible. It's not about me. It's about setting the vision, but the staff and the team stood up and made it happen. I'm really proud of it because I really pushed these folks like crazy. Ask Gary Venmo, he drinks 6 cups of coffee now. I don't know if you're going to do this one. I know this is going to happen, but I'm really surprised you made it really happen. I told him it's like painting a moving freight train. That's what it's like. So I'm really proud. Collaboration was really cool. The next piece was collaborating. Collaborating with very like-minded organization. I spent some time at the Mises Institute. I talked to Tom DiLorenzo. We had a nice talk for 4 hours. He's really happy I came. He said, we're free market economics people. I'm really happy about this. But we shared ideas, and he gave me our current publicist, A.J. Rice. He said, try them and keep it busy like crazy, which is true. But we talked about books and all, and what he does and I do is really good. And we do the 10th Amendment Center and others. So we're looking at places. We got Catherine, the Solar Report, and even General Flynn invites me to his other things. This is really important to collaborate. Really important to collaborate. And the reason for it is because I watch the left. They do a good job of doing this. They collaborate. Even though they might be 100% on target, they may be 80%. Sharing ideas, contributors, and market intelligence. This is really important to collaborate. Okay? Because it also gets a name around. We've been around for over 60-some years. The other piece of the puzzle was technology. We needed to develop better technology. We have 1990 technology. It's not going to work anymore, not in our world. So I hope next week, the week after, we'll have on our website, a new website for the New American Magazine. And we'll have a working app on your phone where you can look at the articles and push them out to send them around anywhere in the world. That's going to happen soon. And the JBS website is being worked on as we speak, and that's doing the same. Then the last thing is the CRM system, because I need internal systems. I need financial data, bookstore sales, etc. That is being updated. It's going to take a little longer time, maybe the end of the year or January. But we need to have good technologies if we're going to grow quickly. So I needed to fix that. A lot going on in 10 months, huh? Let's talk about missions. So, you see I advertised a little card about Blueprint for Liberty. So I need to have Peter Rakowski and Christian Gomez and Joe Wolverton stand up once again. These folks here worked hard. I'm so proud of our team. When we did our strategy meeting in January, I said, this is my key performance indicators. Now you come up with yours, you're going to have to make it happen. And one of those missions was this one, updating our Constitution course. Next Monday, if I got the story straight, we're going to have our first webinar on the blueprint for Italy. So you got your little cards, you can sign up for it. It'll be available. You guys can go download it. But it's 13-part series. It's really cool. We didn't give away the original one, but this is an updated one. You'll like this one. The other one is the Freedom Index. About 5 years ago, I worked with Joe Kelly to come out with the Freedom Index, which is the old TRIM bulletins. General Flynn's talking about getting involved and what's going on, so let me show you this over here. So you'll see this in the bookstore. How is your legislator voting? And so I live in Georgia, and so I've got some real beauty senators, and they're all pink cards. Because they're all zeros. People love colors, by the way. Imagine a guy running for office getting a pink card. Hey, you got a pink card. What is this? Or you got a pink card. And I got some buttes. And then we have some guys who are greenies. These are 100%ers. These are really nice. And then we have some yellow ones. Means be careful, it's getting dangerous. And we make them out of orange sometimes. And color code works. So we get closer to red, that's bad. We get closer to green, you're better. So why do we do this? So some people go to me and they try me and I say, well, you know, it's not too bad. My congressman's 80%. That's not bad. So I said, well, I'll talk to my wife Jan and say, I'm going to be about 8% faithful. What do you think about that? Is that okay? I think that's going to work out today. She goes, I'll kill you first. I think that's good. How about 90? Nah, I don't think that's going to work. So what's interesting is we do these, and I'll tell you how you get this because I'm going to continue on with this. This is really important. Ed Clemens and I first joined 2,000 years ago, at least it feels that way. We actually changed our legislators just by exposing the voting record of this poorly performing Democrat. And all it does, it activated our local folks to say, how is this guy voting? Is he holding Constitution or not? And inside is, of course, the description of what these bills we pick. We do this every 3 or 4 months. But this is an activity of a chapter, or even a non-member. And wouldn't it be nice to go into a diner for breakfast and talk about Fox News or CNN and see there, see the little box? Now I'm going to give you guys homework. You could do this. It's on your computer. You can print it off. We made it real simple. You can do color paper. And somebody said, where do you get color paper from? Walmart's. Try that one. Or Staples. It does allow you to score your colors. And you put this box on the counter where people sign out, right? And they're leaving for breakfast, or they're going to show up for breakfast. How's your legislator voting? You'd be surprised. Most people don't even know how the legislator is. Let alone how they're voting. So we have an election coming up next year. This is really important. Because my gut tells me we'll lose Congress. Because you've been talking about this, very complacent. And I'm telling you, get out of your sleepwalk. Saul is not our ruler. It's only President Trump. It's nice to send EOs, but they're meaningless and they become laws. And who, as Larry said, who's Congress? The key. Who makes the laws? Congress. Until those EOs become law, they're meaningless. It's a reprieve. This is a really cool tool. You can buy this box very inexpensively. You're all going to buy hundreds of them, I'm sure, and print these off. These really work. We've actually changed representatives. Okay? The other thing is legislative alerts. You can see here we have over 200 or so state legislator. Peter Rakowski, stand up again. He's busy. You got to get picky people busy here. And he actually creates these for you. And you get these delivered to your phone when an alert comes out. So you don't have to worry about this. See, when you get your dues with benefits. Hey, this is an alert. This piece of legislation, I'd be aware of this. How are you going to keep track of that? Then we have agenda-based materials.
It's like a magic show.
So I said to self, self, how come people don't read? My wife's laughing because like Emerald does that all the time. My mother's babysitter. So I said, okay, let's find some of these things. So this is who's the John Birch Society? Who we are. We've been around for 60 years. There are basic principles. Tells you who we are. Really important. What we believe in. What we believe in. We believe in the traditional morals and values of our Christian heritage. Form the cornerstone of Western civilization. We believe in a free market economic system. We believe in the dignity of the individual. We welcome all ethnic, racial, and religious backgrounds, judging only by character and ability, and wishing to be judged by ourselves. I have people read this in chapter meetings, or wherever I go, in church groups. I said, would you please come up and read this? And you watch your niece nod back and forth. I said, can you read English? Yeah. Back to basics. Like, for example, freedom cannot exist without morality. Makes sense, doesn't it? How about ignorant free can never be? I mean, a lot of stupid people, but not ignorance in this story. Well, our rights come from God, not from the state. And I have this down here, the spectrum over here on the left that says political spectrum. Everybody says you're far right. You know, that's not true. Far right is anarchy. We're limited government. We're moderate, constitutional moderates. All the left is in isms, fascism, social. So I have to retrain people. As Alex is saying, is that we have a dumbed-down group. So, but regardless, even someone 60 years old, they forget this stuff because they're not taught civics anymore. They forgot. So we have these little tools that I can go on and on about. 10 reasons to get out of the UN. It's probably about 100. But we make it simple. So what happens? These are tools. You can order these online. These are good talking tools for people you don't know or do know, and teach them a little bit about our mission statements, okay? I try to come out with something clever, easy to use, and easy to pass out. And I know we have people here who use them all the time. These are a good way to have a conversation, okay? These are here. Okay. How are we doing so far? Okay, here's a good tool. Freedom Index. One of my favorite tools. Now, I'm going to show you how to do this, so you guys are going to be so empowered when you leave today. This is a free one, by the way. I won't charge you. I'm not even going to give you a deal. This is a freebie. So, General Flynn, this is a freebie, okay? This is a free one. It doesn't cost anything. This is free today, okay? They may charge you later. This is free. All right. So if you have an iPhone, this is what you're going to do. You're going to be so powerful after this, your phone's going to vibrate. Right? So if you go to your Safari and type in thefreedomindex.org, and you're going to get a screen that looks just like this. Okay? And then you see that little orange button down the bottom there, looks yellow rather. It has a little arrow with a star like that. You hit that and slide it up, and it says add it to your home screen. And that's how you get the voting of every senator in Congress in the United States and every state senator and legislator. Every one. So you can't see mine from here, but I'm going to try real hard. We'll do this for Android, by the way, for you guys that have Android. But take a look at this. So you see the map of the United States on my phone. You can see this very briefly. So you can expand this like this. And hit the state you live in. And I did this for some of the folks out here. You can see all the voting records of your state legislators. And you can print it out and send it to somebody. So you go to their office, well, I'm doing really good. I'm doing great. Really, you're doing 47. You're not doing too good at all. You're lying to me, bro. No, you used the wrong answer. No. So what we do in the Freedom Index, by the way, our scorecards, we never tell the legislator what we're going to vote on. Heritage and those guys tell them what they're going to vote on, so they give them kind of a pass. We never tell them what it is. Tom Matthews said you have the best one because you never tell us how you're going to rate us. Okay, so if you have an Android, same deal. So you go down to the menu, thefreedomindex.org, And now for your techie type, to see those 3 little dots, they're called a hamburger. Sorry, that's what they call it, a hamburger. You hit that, and to the home screen, and you got the same thing. Okay? Very simple. Now, if I went too fast, you're confused, we got staff members around here to be more than happy to tell you how to do this. So now on my phone, I see folks in the United States, I tell them exactly who the legislator and how they're voting. And I send them a copy of this. Marketing. Where's Tim Martin? Here's it back there. So I had Tim raised to the occasion. I said, Tim, I want you to go to Washington and be our representative of Washington, to walk the halls of Washington, to see what's going on in Washington. We need intel. We need to know who we are. And he's been doing that, so we have congressmen, senators, getting the New American magazine. So now we exist, and the response, as he tells me, is very good. Oh, I love the Pursia side. You guys are really good. Isn't that great to hear? You guys are doing fantastic. And you get that information back to our literature. And I also asked him, I said, would you do some marketing for him? He's doing a great job. And Tim, thank you so much. Good job in marketing. And so we partner with Public Relations Group, stronger presence in D.C. I'd like to make a call out to Janice Trey and Torsten Trey from Epoch Times. These are my friends over here. And Torsten, stand up, and Dr. Torsten. She's a chairman now, so she got promoted. She's in television. So I thought, I got to get my hair dyed now. I've got to fix it up here. Because she's on television now. So, but anyway, I've been to their studios in New York City. Thank you so much. You have great work for you at times. And we advertise as well. And it's really important that we partner with them as well, because they have a big platform. And yes, they do a good job because they're anti-communist. It works, huh? And I know you guys know them. So we're doing things with social media, with Instagram and Facebook and X and all. We're getting better at that. So marketing was never really a big key thing for the Bird Society. It was kind of like Mr. Welch did all the marketing. Well, he's not here anymore. So we're spending more time on marketing so we can get more notoriety in what we're doing. I'm doing things, interviewing folks, and so is Bill Jasper, Alex Jones lookalike. National field. So we changed the national field around. We actually regionalized it. So can I have my national field people stand up? I see one in the back over there. Raise your hand. There's Arthur Hanson. Arthur Hanson from South Carolina. Patrick from California. Mike Smart from Virginia. We got Dave Giordano. Dave, thank you so much for being all here. From New Jersey. And that goes Thank you, folks. And Dan Saxon. Oh, there he is. Leah's over there from Idaho. She's going to be promoted to development officer. And Dan Saxon's here someplace. Where are you, Dan? Oh, but Dan's going to be, where's Dan? Dan hiding? No. But Dan is the national field director for us. Like I said, I can't do this alone, but I want to tell you something. The 22 people here cannot save the United States. Their function is to be facilitators, to show you how to develop chapters, encourage you bringing materials. They're paid field staff. But they can't do it for less than 400 million people. It's totally impossible. It's really the members. Mr. Welch said the #1 job of our members is recruitment. So if everybody here, even General Flynn was teasing, if everybody in this room found one additional member, we double the size of this building, this organization, this room here, at one time. If we did it for our organization, we double the size of our organization. I can't do this. Our staff can't do this. We can create materials and resources, but we can't do it alone. I do the analogy like I was in the Army. You can't have the captain and the lieutenant colonel out fighting the battle when the infantrymen are inside the barracks playing poker and say, how's it going out there? Not too good. You guys got to get with the program. No, you're the infantryman. You got to come on the battlefield on this. And you are the infantryman. You're very important. Okay? Without us, we got nothing. We got nothing. We need you involved. The New American magazine. Successful internal department collaboration. That was another key, working within departments. We do technologies, and I talked about the website. It was really important for the New American to really do some things, which we did. And a few months ago, we converted from a bi-monthly to a monthly magazine. And boy, that was a stretch because I watched Gary Benoit's eyes grow this big. You're going to do what? By when? And Gary goes, yeah, we can do this, Gary. Oh, Wayne, you're pushing us. Yeah. And Steve Bonta goes, yeah, we can do this. So here we go.
So this is our magazine, our beta voyage.
Global Power Grab. So this is really cool. I'm going to go see this. And I said, this was our first monthly magazine because Todd said to me, and I said, I can't read all these magazines. I can't keep up with it. I travel around the United States. People have stacks on the floors. I haven't even read the last one. You got 5 more. I said, let's make it once a month. Let's make it easy. Let's make it once a month but powerful, which I think it really is. And these are really meaty stuff. Okay? And I can do this. Our staff rose the equation and contributes to make this happen. We also have the weekly Insider Report. There's Bill Jasper way in the back, guarding the back door. And I told Bill Jasper, hey Bill, who is now our president, I said to Bill, hey, would you do like the Insider Report, like what's inside scoop? I call it inside baseball. Yeah, okay, so he actually, yes, he created it. And the people said, I really enjoy the inside scoop. Like, really, what's going on? Your bird site had the inside. What's the year going on? So the Inside Report is available every Friday. You can print it off. It comes on your email. So, Bill, thanks so much. Good job. It's a lot of work, but it's well worth it. Right? Good hand for the Inside Report. So, by the way, I wanted to say that, there's a birthday this month. I want you to sing happy birthday. Maybe give it a try. But this is the 40th birthday of the New American Magazine. Happy birthday to you. Anyway, so this is the first one, 40 years ago, by Reagan in 007 with Larry McDonald, September 3rd, 1983. This is the first issue, right? Wow. Old days used to be American Opinion. When I grew up with the Bird Society, those are American Opinion days. It was once a month. It was about yay thick. And so I said, I really love the once a month. So that's what propelled me to go back once a month, a little more intensity. So the New American's changing. Look at the new authors we have. Okay, Aaron Day, Tom DiLorenzo, William Federer, Catherine Fitz, Ed Griffin, Michael Hitchborn, Robert Murphy's economist, Joel Skousen, Willie Soon, Matt Trewhella, Alex Newman, Duke Pesta, Patrick Wood, Mr. AI himself, and General Flynn, Seamus Bruner, and Andrew Moore. Isn't that great? All these new and existing contributors are recognizing. Joe, look at the different titles we have. Background Betrayal, Under Call Treason. Look at this book, United Nations Exposed, Not by Cop, by Command, Vanguard by America Cause by Gary Benoit's first book, and Coming Soon, and Coming Soon, and Coming Soon, and Coming Soon. Hang on a second, I stopped at Fabian Freeway. I did that for a purpose. This isn't Fabian, the singer with the coif, the back in the 60s, This is about his highway experiences doing music. Martin Rose spoke about Fabian Freeway. I have to spend a minute about this because we're going to be releasing this book soon. I bought this book in probably the late 70s. It's about the Fabians. Cecil Rhodes, Lord Milner, or his organization in England called the Fabians. The Fabians are globalists. How the story goes as follows. The current Prime Minister is a Fabian in the UK. That's why UK is burning. Because supposed to do. He's a Fabian, he's a vocalist. He wrote the book, he wrote a PDF, you'll see it online, called The Road Ahead. You gotta look it up. He's actually burning the UK on purpose. I lived there for 4 years. I worked in England. Matter of fact, I worked in 50-some countries, but I lived and worked in England for 4 years. I'm sad. He's loved their history. So the Fabians do exist. You know, when I lived in the UK, I lived close to Oxford University. Aldous Huxley this is how the story goes from the professor, is walking around campus talking to a young writer, talked all about the Fabians. This man was so interested. He took a lot of notes. He decided to write a book about the Fabians. He said, you know, I can't really say this about the Fabians. They think I'm nuts. I have to change my pen name. So he said, I know there's a king named George, a hamlet nearby. My pen name is going to be George Orwell.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the question is, you smart Birchers, why is it 1984? Because the Fabians started in 1884. They said within 100 years we're going to have world government. That's why the title of that book is 1984.
Wow.
Pretty cool, huh? That was free, by the way. I'm not charging for that. So when you read 1984, he talks about Big Brother, Ministry of Love. He was talking about world government coming. Now if you read it, you say, wow, this is Orwellian. Well, this is the Fabians. So the Fabians took their organization, they took the Chatham House, and they formed a new group called the Council on Foreign Relations in New York City, headed by a bunch of people, David Rockefeller, of course. And now the power source went over to the New York City area called the Council on Foreign Relations. They're in New York City. Okay? But they exist today, they're globalists. That's why Larry McDonald says, well, you're a fake, you're a CFR member. That's why I did that clip. Isn't it interesting how this all works? Fabian Freeway, important book, it'll be coming up soon. You want to pre-order this book. This is fantastic. I interviewed some folks. I was interviewed with a guy in Australia, and he talked about good old UK going the wrong way. And I said, are you familiar with the Fabians? He said, not at all, man. I don't know anything about the Fabians. I'm kind of finding out a lot of Europeans do not understand the Fabians. So this is an important book. I keep on going. Rhodesia accuses, Seek a Circle. That's coming out. Web of Subversion. And Alex updated a book called The Deep State. This will go behind the scenes. And we're actually going to do essays on the New World Order. We actually got a collection of all the essays we did on the New World Order. It's about the conspiracy. We're going to come to maybe 2, 3, 4 different versions of that. Part 1, 2, 3, 4, from about 1970 or maybe 50s, 60s to 2020. Now we have the law enforcement agent. I mentioned Drew Dorans, Renewed Focus, does a court election. And this is exciting because we want to keep our local police departments independent and not nationalized. This is an important organization, and we respect the local police force. And Drew's doing a great job of getting started. So more you know more about law enforcement and charitable foundations. Okay, Freedom Project Academy, we talked about that. It's a K-12, and they're really happy about their new studio. So let's take
Many of you know we've spent the last few weeks working on something that's been years in the making. If you'll indulge me just for a moment, 10 years ago this September, we launched our first show at Freedom Project called Right Makes Might. When we started, we had one camera and a black curtain as a backdrop. Throughout the years, we've been able to add more cameras, change our set, and bring on more talent. And now, after more than 100 million views, we are excited to unveil our brand new studio. Take a look. Throughout the next few weeks, we'll be showcasing more of what this new space can do. But we're really thankful to all of you for supporting us over the years and for donors for helping us realize this vision. Part of our new schedule, The Dr. Drew Show, will be airing new episodes Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and at noon Central all the time.
That's great. So that studio, by the way, I moved our JBS folks over there, so now we share that studio. So we have the highest tech studio in the state of Wisconsin. Fantastic. It's better than Fox News, ABC. So where do you fit in? I just want to get a couple things and we'll close soon. Member engagement. I put down educate yourself and others, really important. Study the Constitution. You have a lot of tools to do that. Recruit and organize locally. Join a chapter. Recruit a member. As I mentioned, who's your one? Pick somebody. Pick one. And engage in a speaker webinar event. It's really important. And then be an active citizen. I mean, General Flynn and Catherine talked about be active, distribute information, get involved, support a cause, do something, volunteer your talents. Everybody has talents. And live Americanism, be a model, faith, family, and freedom. Don't be alone. You got to get involved. We don't want to lose our country by being complacent. And he is right. As I travel the United States, we're living the Reagan effect. Well, we have a new president, we go on remote control, take 2 strokes off my golf game. Don't do that, you lose your Congress. Then we'll get another Biden administration because you want to sleep. As you mentioned, the bad guys in Congress, they can't wait to get their power back, right? We can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. You have to get involved. I put this bookmark inside your blue book, and it says this. I took this a little bit from Reagan. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for, protected, and passed on. The cost is high. You are not in this fight alone. As you can see, you're not alone. So ask yourself today, who's your one? The one person you bring to the Bird Society to join us in our undertaking for liberty. So who's your one person? Think about it. It's got to be one person. I go around the United States and say, why wouldn't anybody want to, this is a moral responsibility, to share what's going on? What is it? I don't get it. Somebody says, well, I don't want to be disliked. I said, if you don't want to be disliked, go sell ice cream. But seriously, tell them the truth. People want to know. Okay, Drew, get ready, pal. The paint's still wet. What's going to happen in 2026? Don't touch the paint, still wet. Expanding our global reach to Europe, South America. I see this need. I went to General Flynn's meeting. I woke up and he said the only thing they hear in Europe and South America is CNN and the New York Times. Can't let that happen. They don't know anything about America, right? Launching family camps. We're going to do that next year. We need to do that, right? Talking about young families, family camps, right? We're going to do that. Growing Western tiles, again, more books, strengthening our PR marketing, and enhancing our membership service through all our technology. That's what I see going and more, and maybe even some acquisitions we're looking at. But that's a secret. I'll tell you about that next time you see me next year. Right? I'm working on this. So, I'm serious about the New European. And so this magazine is now in French. So, because of Catherine, thank you, Catherine. And the home of AI, and somebody in Paris, this magazine is now in French. Maybe that's why they're all going crazy in the streets. I think so I met this lady in France, so you guys have to be aware of this. Again, of this. I showed her this. We're doing a presentation together on it. I showed this is all those spots on the UN. These are all UN offices in the world. I did this guy in Australia, by the way. He goes, what? I got to get you back on again. I said, what do you think these people do in these buildings? You're on the menu. That's what they're not doing, you know? So they're over me. So when I converted this to French, she passed around some of her French colleagues. She goes, wow, they didn't know this. Could you, Captain? So we're working on doing this in France. We certainly have to do this in the UK, in Germany. And we're also going to do this in South America. I got Steve Bonta back there. To dust off your passport, time to go to Argentina. We'll do this in South America, but in Spanish. So I want to say thank you so much, but this is the last time of the evening here. This is the fun part of this. Got to wrap things up. It's time. It's well overdue for patron recognition. So give me 5 minutes of your time. It's well worth it. Because we should do more about celebrating the activity and commitment people have made for the Bird Society. Okay? This is really important. And celebrate with me. 49 years you've dedicated your life to advancing the cause of Americanism. We proudly recognize your steadfast service for the freedom movement, as well as your courage, patriotism, and unwavering commitment to our republic. And the winner is Bill Jasper. Stay with me because we can help. It's really good. It's a good photo op. He can help me pass on the next couple of ones. So, Bill, congratulations. Bill is like an encyclopedia of information. He's been around for 40-some years, investigative reporter. This guy knows all about the OK bombing. This guy is a jewel. Go downstairs in the basement. I know about this guy. I saw this person. He's like Jack McManus incarnate, you know? But anyway, it's fantastic. I really appreciate Bill is fantastic. Remember, I don't do this alone. I'm blessed with strong staff people. You have to know this. I don't do this alone. I'm not a one-man band. I really have my staff. I point in the right direction. I have the vision. We'll have good staff, a good culture, but I don't know anyone else. Just let you know, it's really, really, I learned that in corporate life. You can't be alone. You can have strong people in your team. Next one. Dedicated distinguished service, both in uniform and civilian life, exemplify unwavering devotion to God, country, and the cause of liberty. Your legacy is one of honor, patriotism, and tireless commitment to defending our republic. And the winner is General Michael Flynn. Recruiters now, see that? He's always doing deals I didn't know about, but thank you so much. Thank you, General Flynn. I appreciate your words today. Okay, guys, a couple more. This is the fun part, right? Isn't that cool? We should do it more often, isn't it? We do this every time we meet. So if I didn't catch you, yeah, I'll get you next time. So hang on, there's a lot more to go. Okay, your dedicated life in defending our cherished freedoms and fearlessly exposing corruption, a great personal cause and recognition of unwavering commitment to the cause of liberty. We proudly present you with a lifetime membership of the John Birch Society. Catherine Austin Fitz. That's great, huh? See, there's a promo for us. Says I'm a proud member of the John Birch Society. And she was on Tucker Carlson. And by the way, Catherine, I have to have a laugh. I never saw Tucker Carlson's speeches where you talk to him. He's like, good job. Isn't he wonderful? Thank you much. With more than 60 years of steadfast dedication, you exemplify unwavering faithfulness to the mission and principle of the John Birch Society. We probably recognize your tireless efforts, enduring patriotism, and lifelong commitment and truth to the freedom movement. Yeah, this is well overdue. Winners are Ed and Diane Clemens.
I've known these people for a long time. The reason why I'm here is because of him. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
As a matter of fact, Ed Clemens recruited me, so that's why I'm here. So he's head of the board, so I figured, well, we'll make it even now. Thank you, Ed and Diane. I talk to them all the time, and those guys, you know, was a manager of General Electric and all, but here's a family dedicated to the cause. I mean, really, as you all know him personally, absolutely, tireless. A devoted member of the Birch Society for 24 years, field coordinator for 19 years, you have stood for tireless defender of Americanism. Boy, I'll tell you, absolutely, this guy was unreal. Through loyal efforts, you have boldly exposed the conspiracy. Boy, has this person ever done this? And inspired countless patriots, I mean countless people, to join the fight for truth and liberty. This guy is a model field coordinator. The winner is Kip West. Saw so many New Jersey diners in my life. But Kim, you're a beast. Drives all over the place. Love it. He's so on fire for our country. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Good job. Years of faithful service with Birch Society, key leadership roles of Director of Development, President, Interim CEO. Anyways, with his loyal virtue and unwavering commitment and efforts to advance the cause of liberty, he consistently stood against the globalist conspiracy. Is our friend and co-worker, Marty Olson. This is a team. It's a teamwork. And Marty's part of the team. Right, Marty? Thank you so much. You're a good friend. Last one. We probably recognize your loyal support of the Birch Society. I can't say that enough. Principal leadership. Billy Nutramax, a highly successful company, growing Christian values and demonstrating faith integrity, the true foundations of life's achievement. This individual has a godly-faced organization with scriptures all over the wall. And that is one person I know that you may know, you should know, is Dr. Bob Henderson.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
That's so funny.
So we'll do more of this next time. I have another 4 or 5 in my mind, I will do. So I'll do this. I think Bill kind of said we'll do this twice next year. And so next year I was thinking about our 250th anniversary, since I spent almost 30 years in Boston area, maybe New England, to see Bunker Hill and Lexington, Concord, and see all this historic centers. Just thinking about it, could be Virginia, but maybe Boston. And then maybe that would be in the fall and then the springtime, before it turns 190 degrees, maybe Arizona or someplace out west, so Bill doesn't have to travel too far. But I'll let you know maybe twice next year. But I just want to say thank you so much. I hope you go out and buy some more books. But I do want to say one thing I forgot. Alan Stain's family is here. And Mrs. Stain and his son. Okay, would you stand for me, please? I was saying to them because Alan Stain was a writer and author for us for a long time. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And I'm sure if your husband was there and your dad, he'd be happy. He probably want to say a few 100 words, right? At least. But it was a good guy. He wrote some books, and we're actually going to republish some of his books that he did in the past. So thank you so much for coming. I'm looking for that. So anyway, I just want to say thank you all for coming this evening. And hopefully you'll see a change in the organization with commitment and enthusiasm for what we do. And all I can say is, I need you to recruit. Who's your one? That's the only way to survive. I'm going to count on you for all those folks that stand up and didn't want to join or going to join to see Tim back there. So I want to close with Matt Trewhella. I heard his talk later on this afternoon. Did a great job, Pastor Matt. To close with a prayer, because we are facing a spiritual battle. I mean, there's no question about it in my mind. This is ugly, evil, satanic to the core. And I don't know if we ever told you about Matt. Matt was a bad dude in Detroit, Michigan. He won't bite you. I'm not a pastor. He was a bad dude. He went to burn buildings, hated people. This guy was Mr. Nasty. You know that? Is that true? He was a rocker, long hair, a dope head. Can you believe this guy was preaching like that? He was a doper. But you know what happened? The guy got all of it. Changed everything, didn't it? So don't give up on your family members or friends who look like they're lost in space, because God has a plan. And here you got Pastor Matt Trewhella. Couldn't ask for a better person to close this out. Pastor Matt.
Right? But that's the whole point.
Let's stand and we'll close in prayer. Father, we thank you for the fire that is here. Lord, we just pray that you would cause no small stir because of what was done here today. That we would understand that our lives are short. They are but a vapor. And may we live them in obedience to you and service to you. May each one serve and sacrifice in the days ahead. I pray you bless each one with what they were filled with here and the knowledge that went forth. I pray you bless them regarding the food, the friendships that were forged. Father, the connections that were made. Use it all for good. We pray that you're with Wayne, Bill, and Ed, and all those in leadership, and bless them and continue to guide and lead them. And Lord, we pray also that you use each member of the John Burke Society. Lord, that they would find that one over the next weeks. Lord, I ask and pray that we would do right by you and by our families in the days ahead. You see the state of our nation, oh God. May we keep our faces low to the ground, utterly dependent on you. And we ask these things in Christ Jesus' holy name. Amen.
so much. Go visit the bookstore. Thanks for coming. We'll see you next week.
Wow, guys, wow. How amazing has today been? We have heard from so many amazing speakers. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you guys for joining us today, for sharing this out to your friends and family, anybody that might be interested in this information. Again, we had just so many amazing speakers with a wealth of information on all different topics today. So blessed to be here. A huge thank you to the John Birch Society for extending the invitation and allowing us to come here and live stream their leadership conference that took place here in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania this year. Again, we are extremely and extraordinarily blessed to be here, see many of the people that we know and love, meet so many new amazing patriots and people that care about our country and the nation and the direction that we're going. I really, really am very thankful, guys, that you are here all day with us. I am going to sign off the live stream. We have been, of course, streaming since 10 o'clock this morning, and I am going to have to try and clean up all of this camera equipment. But this has been absolutely phenomenal. Now, guys, I do want to just go over a couple other really quick things before we sign off today. Please make sure you're checking our social media, SoupMamaOfficial on all social media platforms. We do post events that are going on from all kinds of groups all over the globe. At the top of our Facebook page, they're pinned every month. We're adding new flyers constantly. So if you guys have an event and you want people to know about it, send us the flyer. We'll go ahead and get that information up and out for you to all the patriots all over the place. We have been doing a special event post for all of the Charlie Kirk vigils and remembrances. Those are also pinned to the top of our Facebook page and been sent out to all of our other social media platforms. But if you guys want the individual photos, you can check out our Facebook page. Like I said, pinned right at the top there. We'll have those event flyers for you right there. As always, if you guys want to get in contact with us, SoupMamaOfficial@gmail.com. And again, you can always send us a messenger on one of our social media platforms. But again, we thank you guys for being here so much. We are going to be live again next weekend. Watch our pages, folks. We have a lot of big news coming up in the next couple of days. We are working on a really amazing international project with Canada to do some vigils for Charlie next Sunday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. All across the border of the United States and Canada. So you're going to want to make sure that you're checking our page to see those updates as they come in, as we are working together to get that all set up to let you guys know the locations across the border. So again, lots of information to find on our pages. Of course, we hope you enjoyed this live stream. Check out the John Birch Society, guys, at jbs.org. And again, a huge thank you to them for having us here today and allowing us to live stream this amazing conference with these awesome speakers. So anyway, guys, I love you all very much. This has been absolutely awesome. Take care of each other until I see you again. God bless and have a wonderful